Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to everyone, and thank you very much for joining us at the Energy Week Black Sea 2021. The event brings together government authorities, energy companies from Romania, Bulgaria, Ukraine, Georgia, and Turkey, as well as IFIs, DFIs, and foreign private investors to discuss policies for the energy transition, financing renewable energy, solar energy, onshore and offshore wind, green hydrogen, storage solutions, regional interconnection, and much more. We'll have 2 conference days full of informative presentations and interactive discussions. The conference will be followed by the technical visit to a 225 megawatts wind farm near the Black Sea shore put into operation by Având. We are excited to return to offline events. However, the COVID-19 pandemic is not over yet, and the majority of Energy Week participants are joining online this year. The live footage of the event is streamed online, facilitating remote participation of targeted audience in more than 20 countries. We are committed to facilitating the networking between offline and online participants. Please feel free to approach our B2B desk, and we will help you to arrange meetings with online attendees. And generally, please do not hesitate to approach our team members for assistance at any time with any issues you may have. The event is supported by a Norwegian developer of large-scale onshore wind farms, Energy, previously NBT, also European Energy, which is based in Denmark and has a strong track record as a renewable energy operator, and Photomate, which has built a leading position in the field of solar inverters. Among the event's knowledge partners are European Ukrainian Energy Agency, Ukrainian Wind Energy Association, Bureau Veritas, and the Private Financing Advisory Network. The event's strategic partner is the Romanian Energy Center, and I'm honored to see Mr. Bode here with us. Mr. Bode, I'd like to thank you and your wonderful team for the massive help in preparation of this event. And of course, it is a great honor to have Mr. Dan Dragan with us, representing the Ministry of Energy of Romania. Mr. Dragan, we very much appreciate your support, and we are really happy to host this event in Romania. I'm also so proud and honored to see deputy ministers from Bulgaria, Ukraine, and Georgia joining us online today. Mr. Damyanov, Mr. Demchenkov, and Mr. Tvalabeshvili, thank you so much for joining. I think your participation truly demonstrates the region's commitment to clean energy transition and appreciation of how important regional cooperation is in this sense. We are grateful to our eminent speakers, our partners, our supporters, and all the participants for making this very important conference possible during very difficult times for the events industry. And before I give the floor to Mr. Bode, I would like to note that it's very important for us to hear your feedback to ensure we do better next year. And with this in mind, can I kindly ask you to fill in the evaluation forms you can find in your delegate bags and return them to our managers or leave them on the registration desk by the closing of the conference tomorrow. Thank you very much for joining the Energy Week. We wish you a fruitful event, rewarding work, and new promising contacts. Mr. Bode, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Esteemed ministers, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and welcome to Bucharest, which is the host of this event. During these 3 days, we hope that Bucharest will be the capital of renewable energy in this region. Many thanks to Invest in Network for the opportunity to be part of this year's Energy Week Black Sea Conference, which at its second edition, it's already an established platform for communication, dialogue between specialists and businesses in the renewable energy from Bulgaria, Ukraine, Romania, Georgia, and Turkey. I believe it's already clear for everybody, at least for everybody that it's with us today, that probably the biggest challenge we, the humankind, are facing in the last at least 100 years is the climate change. Why is that? This is because we start to use intensively resources that took Earth hundreds of millions of years to produce in a very short time. And that's the way to challenge the energy balance of our planet. I also hope that it's clear for everybody that we would like to leave to our children, our nephews, a clean planet. A planet that they will enjoy the way we enjoyed it. And they will be thankful to us that we had this, we didn't miss this chance to step in and do what we have to do. We are currently emitting over 1,300 tons of CO2 every second. This is making probably 42 gigatons of CO2 emission a year. By the way, only when since we start gathering for this event, we emitted more or less 5 million tons of CO2. So that's the reason for which we need to step in and to act, and we need to act now. Of course, that we are living in an area where people will have to bear the cost of this transition. They have to bear the cost of this transition, and that's why I believe this is not a merely technological challenge. Because we succeeded to bring down the price for photovoltaics, for example, down from 100 euro a watt in 1970 to more or less 20 cents a watt now. And we have even more efficient energy generation solutions like the wind, which is as low as 10 cents per watt now. So this transition will not be a technological challenge, but a political one. And that's why I'm very happy to have the politicians in the governing of the energy sector in the area with us today, because it's their role to step in, to take the leadership challenge in order to bring everybody, us, specialists, businesses, but population also, into joining this transition. Because we have more or less 940 million people in the world with no access to electricity. How to explain to this 13% of the world population that we have to do a transition? Thankfully, this people is not merely based in our areas, but we also have a very high percentage of energy poverty in this area. And we have to address these people and take them on board. And to have to explain them that the energy cost will be higher in the future. And we know every one of us what is actually happening now in all Europe and all over the globe with the energy prices. So we need to shift our economy towards renewable energy sources, and we are soon at the point of no return. The Black Sea offshore wind technical potential is estimated at 450 gigawatts, only wind, offshore. So this is for us, the region, to bring the correct incentives in terms of regulations, norms, policies, in order to attract investors and make them to invest in this area and make use of this huge potential in the benefit of us, the population in the area, and the world. That's why I think it's about responsibility and it's about leadership. And that's why, as I mentioned previously, I'm very happy to have here with us distinguished lineup of keynote speakers. and I will start by naming them. Mr. Dan Dragan, Secretary of State of the Ministry of Energy in Romania, Mr. Miroslav Damianov, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Energy of the Republic of Bulgaria, Mr. Yaroslav Demchenkov, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Energy in Ukraine, and Mr. David Dvalabeshvili, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development of Georgia. This is a clear sign of the interest in this matter and of the interest in this event. That's why I will, with no further delay, I will invite Mr. Dan Dragan to have his speech. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am very happy and honored to be here together with the organizer and all the participants to be part of this event that will gonna take 3 days of our lives, but 3 days in which we can find some solution and we identify opportunities to develop, and as Mr. Corneliu Bodea already mentioned, to have a greener future. Due to the involvement in regional matters, Romania has gradually emerged as an active member that has promoted the strategic importance of the Black Sea for regional and European stability, deriving from the development of states in the region. By its geographical position in the neighborhood of large proven reserves of natural gas and energy, the Black Sea region has a triple geostrategic and geoeconomic dimension. As direct source of energy, major transport corridor for Eurasian energy resources to EU consumers, and major factor of security, energy security for the EU and Romania. In the actual context of the Green Deal and the Fit for 55 legislative package, Romania is aligning with the climate goals set at the European level by changing government policies, business strategies, and consumer behavior, changed aimed at transforming the energy sector in a new system model based on clean, innovative technologies that compete in an integrated European energy market. Through the National Energy Plan through the National Integrated Plan for Energy and Climate, Romania has set itself an objective regarding share of renewable energy at 30.7% by 2030, a value that is expected to increase in the future by revising the National Integrated Plan for Energy and Climate. The reaching of this objective is conditioned by the possibility of ensuring sufficient reserves and balancing capacities for the additional renewable sources units, as well as the transmission of this energy from the production areas to the consumption one. In this sense, Romania aims to increase the installed capacity of wind and photovoltaic power plant, as well as the number of prosumers. Romania aims to install in the period of 2021-2030 additional capacity of about 6 gigawatt from renewable sources. This plan will require the implementation of a timetable for the gradual replacement of coal in the energy mix, in conjunction with the development of a simultaneous regulatory and investment framework to encourage the penetration of renewable technologies, the development of the transmission network, and the digitalization of the sector. Energy priorities will therefore focus on making the necessary new investment to increase the contribution of renewable energy to the energy mix, including the exploitation of the potential offshore renewable energy in the Black Sea, large-scale energy storage, and the use of hydrogen to decarbonize sectors that are difficult to be decarbonized. Natural gas reserves from the Black Sea could be used to help the transition to renewable generation in a way that would not only guarantee reliable baseload capacity and reserve capacity for viable renewable energy, but also access cost-effective means of generation. Moreover, the Black Sea region could become an integrated hub of innovation for development of new technologies, including hydrogen and renewable forms of generation. Romania is considering the development of pilot project for the production of green hydrogen as a component part of the National Recovery and Resilience Plan. Considering the existing infrastructure of Romania, respectively wind farms in Dobrogea near the Danube, the port of Constanța, and the gas infrastructure, Romania can have an important role in the hydrogen economy. In this context, Romania intends to develop a national strategy dedicated to hydrogen in order to guide, coordinate, and mobilize public and private investment in the fields of production, storage, transmission, and consumption and use of hydrogen. In the National Recovery and Resilience Plans, it is also considered to finance infrastructure for smart natural gas distribution network, hydrogen readiness, which will be built mainly in the areas that at this moment are not adequately served by the current natural gas network. Romania also aims to supplement the interconnection capacity by 2030, implementation of projects of common interest and implementation of other projects for the development of the electricity transmission network, included in the Energy Transmission Development Plan developed by the electricity transmission system operator Transelectrica. All this will lead to reach a degree of interconnection of electricity network at least of 15.4% by 2030. Also, taking into consideration the needs of securing energy supply and the needs of baseload supplying, Romania is promoting nuclear energy. We think that without further development of nuclear energy, we cannot reach our targets by 2050 to become a carbon neutral continent and also carbon neutral in Romania. Therefore, rehabilitation of Unit 1 and building of Unit 3 and 4 in Cernavodă are of utmost importance for the Romanian government. Also, we have not to forget about the measures that we have to include in the increasing energy efficiency for large and small consumers. Also, what is important, in the near period, we will upgrade the legislation of offshore development, and here we are focusing on to have a pilot project, as I mentioned earlier before. I am pretty sure that during these days and during the discussion that we're going to be held in interesting panels, we'll identify the right solution and also the opportunities on which will give an further development to the changing from fossil generation fuel to more greener electricity. So therefore, a strong support from the authorities to develop the new generation facilities on renewables, new transmission capacities, and all this will gonna be set, and we're gonna see in the next steps that will be made by the government and by the Ministry of Energy in the following months. Thank you again for the invitation and the opportunity to send the message of Minister Popescu regarding this important issue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dan Dragan. And now it's my pleasure to invite from online Mr. Miroslav Damianov, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Energy of Republic of Bulgaria. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure for me to be part of the Energy Week Black Sea International Conference dedicated to renewable energy transition policies, and green energy projects. I would like to thank the organizer, Invest in Network, the company that managed to create today's platform and bring together all of us, representatives of governments, financial institutions, business companies from Romania, Bulgaria, Ukraine, Georgia, Turkey, private investors, and experts for discussions over the next 2 days on the broad topic of the Black Sea potential in the field of renewable energy. Electricity generation and consumption account for 75% of the EU emissions, and it is crucial to speed up the transition to a greener energy system. The energy sector is expected to play a key role in the transition to a carbon-free economy, transforming itself into a cleaner, more secure, competitive, and affordable economy. Energy is an extremely important sector that needs consistent and cost-effective solutions to ensure its long-term sustainability. On July 14, 2021, the European Commission announced a package of legislative proposals for EU policies on climate change, energy, land use, transport, and taxation, setting targets for reducing net greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55% by 2030 compared to 1990 levels. Achieving these emission reductions over the next decade is essential if we are to make Europe the first climate neutral continent by 2050 and the European Green Deal a reality. With the new proposals, the Commission presents the legislative instruments for achieving the objectives agreed in the European Climate Act, for profoundly transforming the economy and society, and also for a fair, environmentally friendly, and prosperous future. During the presentation of the new European legislation, the European Union Commissioner for Energy, Mrs. Kadri Simpson, said that the revision of the Renewable Energy Directive is a key part of the 55% emission reduction package by 2030 and focused on energy infrastructure planning and construction. She also noted that planning and building energy infrastructure takes time. So to reach zero by the middle of the century, we need an unprecedented transformation in this decade. Renewable energy is the cheapest option for many of the countries. The new Renewable Energy Directive set up to 40% increase in renewable energy. Just for comparison, the previous version of the document provided for an increase in the share of final consumption up to 34%. This shows that changes in the renewable energy sector are extremely dynamic, and meeting the new goals will require a significant expansion of wind and solar capacity. At the end of 2020, the installed capacity of solar energy was 137 gigawatt. Then, according to the calculations of the European Association Solar Power Europe, to achieve the target of 40%, it should be increased to 660 gigawatt. Creating an attractive investment and business climate based on the principles of the free market, transparency, and competitiveness is a major task for all the governments of the Black Sea region. Improving infrastructure links in the region, including the energy sector, is a necessary condition for deepening economic cooperation among countries. Synergies in the development of different types of infrastructure have long-term effects, such as the creation of new supply chains, new jobs, as well as closer integration of economies and societies. The reliable and carbon-free energy system of the future includes renewable energy, baseload capacities, and energy storage facilities. The limited progress in the development of energy storage system requires a more flexible approach to the definition of the energy mix in the medium term. For Bulgaria, the realistic path to a sustainable carbon-free economy includes maximizing energy efficiency, developing renewable energy and nuclear energy as baseload capacity, as well as using natural gas as transition and balancing fuel. Achieving the European climate goals requires inadequate support from European mechanisms and access to financial instruments for the transition. The countries of the Black Sea region have a huge potential for renewable energy development, and I am convinced that during our conference, we will discuss all aspects of policies in the field of energy transition, issues related to the financing of renewable energy projects, photovoltaic, wind, onshore and offshore projects, green hydrogen projects, energy storage opportunities, and regional connectivity. I believe that Energy Week Black Sea will be extremely successful and will contribute to the establishment of new contacts and partnerships, help exchange good practices and experiences, deepen existing relationships, and promote cooperation. Wish you success and fruitful work. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Damianov. And now it is my pleasure to invite Mr. Yaroslav Demchenkov, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Energy in Ukraine.
Dear colleagues, dear partners, thank you for the opportunity to address such a distinguished audience. The combat against climate change is a global challenge. Every country and every region must do its part, including decarbonization of the energy sector. That's why regional cooperation is crucial. We all have some achievements in the green transition, but there are challenges as well. They include energy security and even energy poverty. I believe everyone agrees that cooperation in the Black Sea region should be based on the EU fundamental principles, solidarity and the rule of law. In July 14th this year, the European Commission adopted a comprehensive package of policies in climate, energy, land use, transport and taxation to reduce net greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55% by 2030 compared to 1990 level. Europe plans to become climate neutrality by 2050. The current trends show that energy transition could happen well before 2050. In 2020, renewables provided 38% of the EU's energy demand and outperformed fossil fuel. Ukraine might follow suit faster than expected. This May, we had a great day when solar, wind, biomass, and hydro produced 22% of the country's electricity, 2% over thermal generation. Together with the nuclear, low and zero carbon generation made 83% of Ukraine's electricity consumption. And we work hard to make more days like this in the future. Ukraine supports the EU in responding to climate change. After a heated discussion between the ministries, government agencies, and stakeholders, Ukraine set out the ambitious second nationally determined contribution. We plan to reduce emissions by 65% by 2030 compared to 1990. Ukraine can play an essential role in decarbonizing Europe's energy mix. We have a significant share of low carbon energy, primarily nuclear, but hydro, wind, solar, and biomass. About 17% of electricity in Ukraine already came from low carbon energy sources. Ukraine has two priorities critical for the energy security of Ukraine and the European continent in general. First, integrated gas market without Gazprom's monopoly. Second, synchronization of Ukraine's energy system with INSOE. For decades, Russia has implemented its aggressive construction of new pipelines to bypass traditional gas transit routes. The Kremlin has total control over such pipelines and can manipulate tariffs and gas prices to keep Europe in the gas stranglehold. The Turk Stream routine already damages Europe's security of supply. It has dramatically reduced transit volumes through the Trans-Balkan pipelines and can completely stop gas transit to Europe through Ukraine. This month, the construction of Nord Stream 2 pipeline ended. Now it's time for its certification by the Germany regulator. Ukraine would like to take part in the inspection, report, and project assessment. Our relations with Russia show that they do not treat gas as a commodity, but as a tool of political influence. Given their market situation and Russia's intention to launch Nord Stream 2, we expect many unpleasant surprises for Europe and us this winter. So we all need to be well prepared to handle any emergency in the energy sector to ensure the security of energy supply. And we believe we need to coordinate our joint efforts to mitigate these threats. Whether Nord Stream 2 launches this or next year, Ukraine requires a firm guarantee of capacity from our European neighbors and exceeds to gas import in case of transit termination via Ukraine during this winter. We are ready to work with our international partners to avoid any crisis. The Nord Stream 1 and Turk Stream are now 100% operational, but Europe does not have enough gas. So the prices on the European gas markets continue to rise. The situation increases coal consumption and distorts emission prices under the emissions trading scheme. Ukraine's gas transportation system is now the only route not controlled by Gazprom. The EU could lose a reliable, flexible, and independent route and give Russia even more political and economic leverage. We do not want it to happen and are ready to discuss possible international management of the Ukrainian gas transportation system with international partners. At the same time, the Nord Stream 2 rerouting of flows will create a gas deficit in Italy, Austria, Slovakia, Poland, and the Balkan states. That's why we see an urgent need for the continent to demonopolize Gazprom's position in Europe and apply the third energy package to all pipelines in Europe. We believe we all should unite and address these challenges to eliminate the monopoly influence and profiteering by Gazprom. Ukraine's second priority is market connectivity and synchronization of the Ukraine's electricity system with INSOE. Technically, it means further development of the electricity transmission network between Ukraine and neighboring countries. In the long run, the synchronization creates opportunities for the energy sector's decarbonization. Our main goal is to meet the schedule to synchronize the network by 2023. This step will open the door to the complete phase out of coal-fired power plants in Ukraine by 2030-2035, and to a significant boost in renewables and nuclear generation. The synchronization will remove dependence on Russia and Belarus in electricity, diversify energy supply routes, increase the flexibility and resilience of the in-Suez energy sector and facilitate synchronization of the power system in the Baltic states in 2025. Ukraine's synchronization into in-Suez will play a key role in energy security and energy supply for Central and Eastern Europe. It also opens vast opportunities for European players on the Ukrainian electricity market and European consumers. Our strategic aims to grow the share of renewables in the mix to 25% by 2030. According to IRENA, Ukraine has the best renewable potential in southeastern Europe. The average annual solar radiation in Ukraine rates from 1,070 kilowatt per hour per square meter in the north to 1,400 kilowatt per hour per square meter in the fourth. This is better than Germany, the European leader of photovoltaic generation. Wind energy in Ukraine has a higher installed capacity utilization ratio. South and southeast regions of the country are the most promising to locate wind farms. The average wind speed reaches 7 meters per second and above at the height of the rotor action. The climate of Ukraine suggests the development of the large offshore wind farms, mainly on the Azov coast, Zaporizhia region, and the Black Sea coast, Kherson region. The offshore wind farm that we plan to build in the Black Sea shelf can perform an energy hubs connecting the energy systems of Ukraine, Romania, Bulgaria, and Turkey. The growth of renewables need stimulus and cohesion. I mean that competitive market incentives are better than the government give a base from the taxpayers' money. We plan to support the auction model of green energy sales. Bidding premium or contract for difference looks like the most appropriate scheme. It will help reduce the price of green energy and normalize the sector development. In addition, we plan to create a stimulus for the development of energy storage facilities and highly flexible generation to balance the grid. Of course, we have also the agriculture sectors, which offers vast opportunities for biogas production. We have good opportunity here. So it is also a way to reduce import and more energy independence. Of course, another good opportunity for cooperation and significant potential area for cooperation is development technology for the production, transportation, and application of hydrogen. The future market for renewable hydrogen and low carbon gases in Ukraine can become one of the largest in Europe. Of course, these are plans, but the starting potential is large. Ukraine's potential in renewables allows it to meet up to half of the EU green hydrogen demand. And the gas transit system is well developed and connected to Europe. However, the transportation of both hydrogen and biomethane requires regulatory changes from the EU. As I conclude my speech, I would like to quote Albert Greenfield, a famous American real estate developer from Ukraine. A man doesn't need brilliance or genius. All he needs is energy, he said. This totally applies to the current situation in the sector. We need high-tech and smart solutions. There is no doubt, but to ensure energy security, and green transition in Europe, we need to join our efforts and unite our energies. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Demchenkov. That was a very clear and firm message of cooperation in the area, and I'm so pleased to see the very pro-European approach of Ukraine today. Now, I am happy to invite Mr. David Dvalabeshvili, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development of Georgia. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. First of all, it's a great honor for me to represent my country at this Energy Week, Black Sea Energy Week conference. So I'm sure that the participants of this forum today will have opportunities to discuss productively things and topics like renewable energy, energy efficiency, low carbon development, energy security and energy supply, and which are really very important topics in our region as well. So the government of Georgia is firmly committed toward Georgia's political association and economic integration with the European Union. Notably, we appreciate the fundamental principles of the EU energy market architecture, which builds on the merit of the market opening and the competition, security of supply, extensive deployment of renewables, energy efficiency, promotion, low carbon energy development. Georgia has already defined its energy future, and even amid the COVID-19 pandemic, several comprehensive mechanisms, along with relevant legislation where the development of the country's energy sector was concerned, have been established and adopted. International best practice shows that sustainable energy development is a key for achieving a low-emission economy, as it is about using energy wisely and using energy generated from clean energy sources and technologies. However, sustainable energy development is not only renewable energy utilization. It is synergies between energy efficiency, renewable energy technology, as well as policy, which requires availability of resources, proper investment, and a strong political will and regional cooperation. Responsibilities towards local communities, ensuring the country's energy security and security of diversified energy supply by utilizing also the local resources and the regional cooperation, led us in Georgia to launch comprehensive reforms in the energy sector. In particular, establishment of organized energy markets in line with the European Union energy market principles is one of our top priorities, together with creating a sound legislative framework for attracting investment in that sector. Furthermore, establishment of precondition for a stable and secure energy supply is essential for economic development and social stability. Since 2016, when the association agreement was signed with the European Union, Georgia has been progressing in harmonizing its legislation with the European Union's relevant energy directives in the energy sector. In this regard, we have approved and enacted a number of primary legislation, such as law on energy and water supply, the law on energy efficiency, the law on promotion and production and utilization of energy from renewable sources, the law on energy efficiency in buildings, and the law on energy labeling. Georgia's one of the main challenges of our country is the dependency on imported energy, and that concerns also electricity. Unfortunately, Georgia is not rich in fossil fuel resources, but at the same time, we have abundant hydro potential still to be fully developed and utilized. The electricity generation sector, hydro generation is up to 75 at this moment. This is, of course, positive development, but dependence on imported electricity to meet seasonal demand is raising concerns over the security of supply. The country's power consumption peaks in the winter when hydropower generation is the lowest. During winter, therefore, Georgia must rely substantially on imported electricity and domestic thermal generation using also imported gas from outside of Georgia. The import dependence has been gradually increasing over the recent years, and to address this challenge, up to 2 gigawatt new generation facilities are planned to be built in Georgia through to 2030. These are mainly renewable energy sources, hydro, wind, and solar generation projects. At the moment, the National Energy and Climate Integrated Plan is being drafted in Georgia by our ministry, which will set targets for 2030 in 5 dimensions, such as energy efficiency, energy security, internal energy market, decarbonization, research and development, and competitiveness. The plan will also include Georgia's long-term vision for 2040 and 2050. Located at the crossroads of Europe and Asia, Georgia represents a natural corridor linking 2 continents. For centuries, this fact played an important role in shaping Georgia's statehood, its outlook, culture, and traditions. The route running through Georgia was an important segment of the Silk Road. Today, the energy transit corridors passing through Georgia represent the most attractive routes for supplying international markets with Caspian hydrocarbon resources. The Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan and Baku-Supsa pipelines transport Caspian crude oil to the international markets, while the South Caucasus pipeline supply Europe with natural gas. Georgia doesn't have a common border with the European Union. In order to be directly connected with Europe's electricity transmission network, Georgia is considering implementation of the Black Sea submarine cable project connecting Georgia with the western shores of Black Sea. The project will significantly improve electricity supply reliability in the country. On the other hand, the Black Sea submarine cable project will make it possible to supply electricity produced from renewable and green sources generated in Georgia to European countries. We are working with the European Union to include this project in the list of projects of common interest. The World Bank is currently funding a full-fledged feasibility study of this project. I believe that discussions at the conference, at this forum, will be productive, and we will agree on specific plans to extend and deepen existing cooperation in the Black Sea region among our countries in building secure, resilient, climate-conscious energy systems for the benefits of our country. Thank you very much again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dvarabejvili. Thank you very much to the audience. It is such a great pleasure to see representative of governments in our area, Black Sea area, so committed towards a greener economy, renewable energy generation. I am pretty sure that this is the fundamentals, the base from where we can build. And it's probably our task, the business companies' involvement, the investments into making out of these plans, out of these strategies, so committed to green energy, real projects, and to make out of the Black Sea maybe the greenest sea, why not in the world. So it is probably a good time to announce a break. So we'll have a 30 minutes break by 11 o'clock when we'll have a start of a new panel discussion. Very interesting. So I assume everybody will stay connected and will join us again at 11 o'clock to open this panel discussion. And please allow me now to wish all constructive discussions and real networking and developments during these days of the Energy Week Black Sea. Thank you very much, and we have a break. Thank you.
Good morning from Bucharest, and welcome to the first panel of the Energy Week Black Sea 2021. The Black Sea has a huge potential for energy transition and renewables. In the opening, we heard from Corneliu Bodea, the president of the Romanian Energy Center, about how this region can contribute in meeting the EU ambitious goals of reducing CO2 emissions and also tackling the effects of climate change. During the UN High Dialogue in New York, among the 3 energy compacts that were reached is universal energy access, just transition, and promotion of renewable energy, including green hydrogen. In this panel, we're going to discuss with my very knowledgeable panel about the potential of the regional outlook and how renewable policies can lead to the energy transition. I'm going to start with my first guest, who's Zoltan Nagybege. He's the vice president of ANRE, the Romanian Energy Regulatory Authority, who's going to be talking about the modernization efforts and how Romania can help meet the renewable goals and potential for investment. Zoltan, if you want. Yeah, or whatever you want. You can speak from there.
I prefer to sit here. Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here and to discuss about Romania's future in renewables, especially. We used to say that the European Union's climate change policy creates us some unprecedented challenges for the mid and long term, and we have to recognize that the challenges are for short term already, because we see that in the short term we see some effects of the evolution of the electricity prices already all over Europe, and of course those price evolutions are the result of especially the increasing consumption and increasing demand, but no one can deny that the prices of the emission trading system, the certificates, CO2 certificates, is already reflecting in the prices. So we've seen that CO2 certificates price exceeded already 60 euro. It's going towards 65 or even 70. And there are great chances to see CO2 prices maybe even over 70 euro by the end of this year. In the medium and long term, of course, it obliges to make some investments, maybe some investments what we supposed to do until now, and I refer about the investments in clean or cleaner energy. Cleaner or clean energy production capacities. We have seen that Romania is committed to reach 30.7% of renewable energy from the gross energy consumption in 2030. At least this is the proposal to the European Commission in our energy and climate plan. And this means that we are committed to build at least 7 gigawatts of new renewable power plants. And of course, any additional commitment to the European Commission, and I'm pretty sure that there will be until 2030 new commitments, maybe close to 34-35%, means that those new capacities, what we have to build, they will be close to maybe 10 gigawatts, which is quite significant. It is important to recognize for us, for Romania, that those new capacities are needed not just to fulfill our commitment to the European Commission and to meet the target what we are proposing, but we need those for our security of supply. And I think it's in the short term, this is even more important than the long-term goals. because we see that the lack of electricity and production in Romania and the lack of capacities, it's increasing. We need new capacities to ensure our security of supply and to replace those old and polluting power plants which are not efficient anymore. Those who already had contact with the Romanian investment environment in the field of energy, probably one of the most important aspects you're facing are the way you will sell your electricity. What are your obligations? Are you obliged to trade on the centralized market or not? I would like to clarify this thing because it's a delicate subject which raises some controversy. I would certainly prefer not to have any doubt about this subject, and in fact, I and the regulatory authority, we are quite sure that there is no doubt about this subject, but there are still some interpretation in the Romanian debate. Whatever Law 123 provides, which is the Romanian Energy and Natural Gas Act, and you probably know that since 2012, every wholesale market participant is obliged to trade on the centralized market transparently, non-discriminatorily and publicly. So whatever the law it provides, it doesn't matter if it's contrary to Regulation 943, Regulation 943 from 2019, which is the European Internal Electricity Market Regulation, which is obviously above the national legislation. And this regulation says that clearly states that long-term contracts can be concluded over the counter. So what we had to do in Romania is just to define the long-term contracts, and we have done that last year in March. We amended the definition this year, but it's quite clear from our side that since the long-term contracts are defined as those contracts which are longer than or equal with 1 month, so every contract which is for a longer period than 1 month, it's a long-term contract. It can be concluded over the counter. So bilateral contracts and PPA, from our point of view, are allowed. However, the good news is that the Ministry of Energy is working on an emergency ordinance, and just today we sent them our comments on that draft of emergency ordinance, which is transposing Directive 944 from 2019, and in that draft is already Article 23, which is obliging the market participants to trade on the centralized market. It's changed, and it's fully complying with Regulation 943 and Directive 944. So bilateral contracts, over the counter, and PPAs will be allowed. The plan is to have that emergency ordinance as soon as possible in the government, maybe even tomorrow, if not maybe next week, and it will enter into force immediately. Anyway, starting with 2020, the moment the Regulation 943 entered into force, the Romanian regulatory authority issued any secondary legislation, any regulation based on that Regulation 943, even if it was not, even if the national legislation wasn't complying with the regulation. And I will give just some examples. As I mentioned already, we allowed bilateral contracts and PPAs. From 1st of February this year, we started to apply the single price rule on the balancing market, which was an important step from our side. We are applying as well from this year the 50 minutes settlement period on the balancing market. It's a process to comply with the European rules, European balancing rules. I'm not saying that we have immediate results. Not everything it's perfect till now. We are still monitoring the new rules on the balancing market. We are still making some adjustments. And of course, if you have any signals, any proposals, how we can adapt and how we can improve the regulation regarding the balancing market and the balancing rules, any proposal is welcome, and we are open to discuss them. In order to stimulate investments in new production capacities, we simplified, and in the future we will simplify even more, if it's possible, the regulation regarding the connection to the grid. For instance, in case of new production capacities, we eliminated the obligation to present the zonal urban plan when you are applying for the connection permit. We considered that it is not the attribute of the network operators to verify this document, without which the works, the buildings, anyway cannot be started. But for some investors can generate some costs in an early phase of an investment when they don't know already, for example, what will be the connection costs, whether that investment is it's feasible or not. Then we simplified as much as possible the procedure for connecting and authorizing and certifying the prosumers. I think it was an important step. I think 3 years ago when the parliament defined the prosumers and we started to connect prosumers to the grid, they have some advantages given by the law, some other advantages compared with regular producers provided by secondary legislation. And we see that we already have in a short term, we have already more than 10,000 prosumers in Romania, about 60 megawatts production capacity, which is not too much, but it's not negligible. There are still some problems reported regarding the connection procedures, and we don't hesitate to apply fines for network operators if they are not respecting the regulation, if they not comply with regulation regarding the connection. And as I said, we are open to discuss any proposal to simplify as much as possible. I believe that the recent evolution of the electricity prices will further stimulate rooftop investments, prosumers to make such investments, both household consumers and small and medium enterprises, but large industrial consumers as well. Not only because it's one of the best known measures of saving or energy efficiency or energy saving, but also because there are several financing possibilities for them from the Environmental Fund or from the Ministry of Energy. And the prices of the electricity market will certainly attract large investments as well. And we already see that there are hundreds or even thousands of megawatts requests for connection permits at different network operators, Transelectrica or the distribution operators. And I think the Romanian electricity market's liberalization, full liberalization from 1st of January, when we eliminated the regulated prices for the household consumers, contributed to this interest for the Romanian electricity market. And obviously, Romania has a huge potential in onshore and offshore wind, in photovoltaic as well, but natural gas too. What are our biggest challenges right now? One of them it's definitely the integration of new capacities in the energy system, and how do we deal with this challenge? Obviously, we need new investments in the networks, the transmission network and the distribution network as well. And we see that the new management team from Transelectrica takes this role quite seriously. And I can only wish them that they will be able to do what they are proposing to do during their mandate. It is about the much needed investments to allow onshore and offshore wind in Romania. We need those two new nuclear power units which Romania is planning. And of course we need, and we are planning to build several photovoltaic power plants all over Romania. I must urge the investors to focus on areas in Romania that have not had much interest so far. And I'm referring about the central and northern and eastern part of the country. Because every wind and photovoltaic investor is interested in the southern and southeast part of Romania. In other regions, there is immediately available grid capacity without new investments, without obligation to pay the reinforcement fee. And that part of Romania, it's quite, it has a deficit in electricity generation. Those new rules on balancing market, the coupling of the spot markets with other European countries, the day-ahead market and the intraday market, offers to market participants an extra flexibility in terms of balancing their production. But also on Opcom, our market operator, on Opcom's platforms already it's available to sign, to conclude flexible contracts in terms of quantities and price. Obviously, I have to urge investors to take into account storage as well, for their interest, of course, because it will be much easier to balance their production. But maybe in the future, if not right now, but in the future, definitely, it will be an interesting investment, the storage as well. I hope you will find the proper investment environment in Romania, and we will have the opportunity to interact in the future. Thank you for your attention, and if there are any questions, I will try to answer them.
Thanks, Zoltan, for this interesting presentation. Because you mentioned that you're not going to be around for the Q&A section at the end, if you allow me, I'll just ask you a question right now. And,
yeah, please.
There's obviously the huge need for investment in renewable section, but you're also, with the EU Green Deal and the Modernization Fund, you have like 10 billion coming in from the Modernization Fund. How much is the Romanian energy sector relying on investment to meet its goals, and how much, can it actually get from the EU as, as part of the EU Green Deal?
So there are some companies which are relying on that modernization fund. I'm referring about those companies which are right now producing, let's say, black energy from coal or gas, and they have some difficulties right now to keep themselves on the market. And they have quite an ambitious plan based on the modernization fund to phase out coal and to build some photovoltaic or even wind power plants or even hydropower plants. For them, the modernization fund, and I'm referring exactly to the energetic complex of Oltenia, for them, the modernization fund, it will be crucial. If they want to survive and they want to be a market participant 5 years from now, it's a huge opportunity for them, and I'm sure that they know that, and they are doing their best to attract as much financing from that source as possible. Of course, we will have some opportunities to invest in the energy field from the just approved recovery plan as well. And there are some interesting projects, quite challenging projects which are linked to hydrogen or power to gas, storage, some investment even in pipelines, in gas grids, which allow then to use hydrogen as well. And of course, we see that there is a huge interest in Romania from private investors. And until now, what I've seen, those requests to connect to the grid, the requests for connection permits, the majority are based on private investment. So I think it's a quite healthy balance. We have all types of financing sources. And this is I think it's normal, and we can rely on different type of investment.
And this regulation is, because I know, for example, with wind permits, we're going to see one of the largest wind farms on Thursday. But are all the obstacles for regulation kind of removed, and it kind of facilitating the investment into renewables in Romania, you think? Into the regulations in terms of getting licensing and so forth?
I don't think so. I think the biggest challenge right now for an investor is the connection permit. Mm-hmm. As far as I see from our point of view, from the regulator's point of view, so we are the one who are issuing the setting up authorization. Which is mandatory for every investment which is above 1 megawatt. But if you have the connection permit and you have the documents needed for the connection, for the construction permit, and all the documents you need for the construction permit from the local authority, then basically you have all the documents needed for the setting up authorization as well. Okay. So the most bureaucratic part is the connection permit. Mm-hmm. And of course, one of the most unpleasant phases for the investor is the connection permit, because as I said, in some areas of Romania, the grid is already used at full capacity, and some connection permits are issued with some maybe unacceptable deadlines for some investors, 2025, 2026, 2027, which is too late for them.
Great. I'm going to move into my next speaker, Frank Hadiniak. He's the Vice President of the Romanian Energy Center. You've read at New Europe, where I'm the Energy and Russian Affairs editor, a lot about Romania Energy Center and its efforts and in this energy transition. Frank is going to talk about making the European climate adaptation strategy a reality, a 360 degrees view of the Romanian energy industry's reconversion. Frank, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Thank you, Kostis, and warm welcome from my side to the participants here in the room and also online. I'm very happy to be here, and many thanks also to Invest in Network for the invitation and organizing this event. I'm also happy that CRE, the Romanian Energy Center, is a strategic partner of this event, which is becoming really a platform for a very good and deep dialogue between authorities of the Black Sea countries and industry which is present in the Black Sea area, and also consultants, etc. So, and you see it also with the participants of this event that this is really becoming a very important event for the whole region. If you talk about energy transition and its impact, Zoltan mentioned rightfully, it's not just an obligation, it's also a matter of security of supply. But even more, I think, or let's not do a waiting, but another very important factor is that it is actually really responsibility which we have for the future of our children, of our countries, and climate change is very present in our world and we cannot deny it. So therefore it's really much more than an obligation and security of supply. It's really responsibility which we have for our future, for the future of our countries and for our children to live in a sustainable environment in the future. If you look at the development of renewables, Cornelia Bordia mentioned it also, and we all know it, how the costs developed over the last 20, 30 years, or even 50 years. So first photovoltaic modules were available in 1970. it's significantly decreased, and it's much more competitive than it was many years ago. By the way, a discussion which reminds me of also of the current hydrogen discussion. We all know that hydrogen is not cost effective at this point in time. But if you think about it, how it can be and how it can develop over the next 20 to 30 years, I think there's a huge potential for hydrogen, and we cannot miss this train and this chance for the future. And hopefully we will see a similar development as we've seen for renewable energies. If you look at the cost of the energy transition, it's extremely high. We're talking globally about $30 trillion, which is 9 to 10 times the GDP of Germany. So we're talking about substantial amounts, and therefore it really requires a common effort for us to change the world in a way which makes it sustainable for us and again for our future. If you look at the Black Sea, it has also been mentioned already several times today, it has a huge energy potential. We're talking about gas, we're talking about offshore wind, and unfortunately it has not been exploited yet to the extent to which it could have been, and we lost a lot of times. We're talking about 450 gigawatts of technical possible offshore wind, which is a huge potential. And if you only look at the Romanian gas fields, we're talking about 8 billion cubic meters production capacity per year, which would almost double the current domestic production. And this is a huge factor also for the security of supply mentioned by Zoltan earlier. Also, what is very important is the regional network integration, and we heard the Vice Minister of Energy from Ukraine, who quite well highlighted how important, for example, the gas connections are, and the supply of gas for not only for our region but also for the central and western part of Europe. And therefore, both for electricity and gas, the regional network connection play an important role for the future development of our region. If you look what is happening across Europe right now, we are still hit very much by the COVID crisis. Actually, it's coming back with power, negative power, unfortunately. At the same point in time, we see historically high levels of electricity and gas. To give you an idea, this morning at the TTF in the Netherlands for Q4, the gas price was at 85 euros, above 85 euros. Even the new members in the energy sector remember the days when it was 85 lei in Romania, so it means it's a factor of more than 5. Electricity, if you look for Q4, if you want to buy now electricity, we're talking about prices between 150, 180, sometimes 200 euros. And not a long time ago in Romania, the prices were above around 50 euros. So there's a huge impact, and I'm happy to see that something is happening for vulnerable customers at this point in time. So in Romania, we just launched a new law, regulation, emergency ordinance, which will, let's say, allow for more people to access support for the energy bills. Unfortunately, it's a 14 pages document, so that might harm the application a little bit. And it's only one part of the story. What we should not forget is that there is also the industry very much affected by this. And I'm talking about SMEs, but also about big energy-intensive industry, where the prices of the commodities, electricity and gas, is hugely important for the competitiveness of the industry. And we, Romania, but also the EU, has to think about mechanism to protect our industry. On the other hand side, there are huge possibilities. We have huge financing funds available, which shall help us to go through this transition. And we have to really make use of these funds. Unfortunately, Romania does not have a very good history in accessing these funds. We're talking about 50% of the EU funds which were really accessed over the last years by Romania. For different reasons, and we're losing here a huge potential. If we look at Romania today, what is the status quo? It was also partially already mentioned. We have, in theory, electricity generation capacity of 20,000 megawatts. In theory, lots of the plants are already taken out or are not producing, and we have an output of around about 7 terawatt hours. The generation portfolio in Romania is old and pollutant in huge parts. The last huge investment was Petrobras, an investment of OMV Petrom, 880 megawatts installed capacity, gas-driven power plant, which is also already 8-9 years old. After that, nothing happened. We had a huge boom on renewables in 2012-13, I think, and then because of, unfortunately, unstable regulation and legislation in this field, the whole development was stopped. After that, only minor investment happened. And right now, coal is still, together with hydroelectrica, so hydro and nuclear, always amongst the top 3 sources of energy production in Romania. We have a transport and distribution grid, although all operators invested since the privatization took place in 2005 on the distribution business, and also Transelectrica, also Transgas, of course, invested huge amounts into the network. We are still far behind the efficiency and quality of the networks in Western Europe and also in countries close by, like Hungary, for example. So we're talking about network losses which amount up to 10 to 12% on the electricity side, and that is double the EU average. So I mentioned earlier, or a minute ago already, that we managed only to absorb 50% of the available EU funds for the energy sector, not only for the energy sector, but also for the energy sector. And at the same point in time, we are, like the rest of Europe, confronted with CO2 prices, certificate prices of around about 60-something euros at this point in time. And forecast goes to 70, 80 for next year, and maybe even up to 100 euros. So, and that will very much impact, of course, again, the production cost of electricity, especially as long as we have coal-driven power plants, but not only in our network. So what should Romania do? First of all, if you talk about Black Sea, finalize the offshore law. I mean, this law could have been, or let's say a form of the law, could have been effective in 2017-18 already, to allow for the investors to invest in the offshore gas possibilities and also in the offshore wind. Unfortunately, we lost 4 years. If you think about the investment period, we could be ready by now with offshore gas, for example, and it would help a lot to solve the situation, which was again mentioned by the Vice Minister of Energy from the Ukraine. If we had the 8 billion cubic meters available of natural gas. Unfortunately, we lost it. And that is something which really should be solved both for gas and for offshore wind as soon as possible. Better framework for prosumers. Something happened over the last weeks. Actually, a new emergency ordinance was released, which simplifies the procedures for prosumers and makes it more attractive, also with a higher installed capacity. We have to quickly decide. It's very hard to use the word fast or quick in combination with these investments, but Black Sea is, as I said, taking ages since we get a proper law which is really investment friendly. Chernavoda 3 and 4, an ongoing discussion since many years. I'm curious to see whether these investments will happen. We are discussing about this since many, many years, and no final decision is taken. So we are losing too much time, and that has to be solved. And again, I mentioned earlier hydrogen. We have to have interesting investment opportunities and facilities and support for potential development, even if it's at the R&D phase right now. into hydrogen possibilities. We have to finalize the National Plan for Reconstruction and Resilience, the PNRR. Unfortunately, we still don't have any clarity on this. Still in discussion with the European Union. And these funds have to be absorbed by 2026. We are already basically in 2022, a few months left. And if you look at the investment cycles in the energy sector, the clock is ticking. And again, there's a chance that we lose the possibilities for financing, and I hope that this can be solved very, very soon. We have very aggressive targets on renewables. Right now, we are at 24%, but we have to go up to 38% up to 2030. And also the emission targets are quite high. Therefore, we need stability, predictability, and really an investment-friendly environment. I just want to remind again of the situation in 2012-13 when the renewable investments were basically killed because of some decisions which did not allow the investors to make any further investments into this sector. This must not happen again. And then one critical factor which we will have to face over the next years is for sure the workforce, which we will need in order to realize the investments. And we have to do a significant upskilling and reskilling of our human resources, and that will be a challenge for many of the projects which are up to come. The lack of qualified workforce in the Romanian energy sector, and I think it's fair to say it's not only true for the Romanian energy sector, but also for other sectors.
Thanks, Frank. It's not, as you said, the clock is not only ticking for climate change and needing for drastic action, but also for investments in order to move forward with all these important projects. I'm going to move to my next speaker, Adrian Moraru. He's the executive board member of Transelectrica. Transelectrica is the electricity transmission operator in Romania, which is actually very important in getting those renewables into or incorporated. He's going to talk about Transelectrica's investment strategy in the context of the energy potential in the Black Sea area. Adrian, the floor is yours.
Yes, good day. Thank you for the presentation and for the invitation. It's an honor to be part of this type of discussion, this type of debate, because we think that energy is maybe one of the most important sectors in the near future. And what I would like to present today is Transelectrica's approach on this type of projects. Of course, with the focus on the Black Sea area region. So, 1 second. No, it's fine. Basically, we are talking about the main indicators which Transelectrica is looking at when we're talking to investments. So we have, yeah, it's working now, right? Okay, it's fine here. Thank you. With 9,000 kilometers of grid, we basically cover the whole country. So it's very important the way we approach this grid, the way we approach the investments, in order to be able to cover the whole country with the power needed for the consumption. The most important indicator, of course, which we are looking at is the investments. So we are well aware that we cannot wait any longer. We cannot wait any longer on the investments. We are aware that in the past, as you can see in the graph, Transelectrica investments were not really as high as they should have been. As it has been mentioned above, the sum is pretty high. So in the last 5 years, we had basically 1 billion lei in investments, but I think that it should have been a lot more. So our plan for the future is, as you can see, a lot more ambitious. For this year, we will probably go somewhere around 500 million lei with the investments, and in the further years, the sums are a lot higher than the ones in the last year. And this is because we noticed, and we are aware of the fact that we cannot hold it any longer. If the production will be as high as it is predicted, we have to make it so the grid will be able to absorb that much energy. So you talked earlier about 38% renewables we will have to reach in 2030. We talked earlier, and I saw that the Black Sea region for the offshore has a potential of 11 million megawatts. That's more than double the consumption we have at a maximum. So in Romania, for example, the consumption is somewhere around 7,000 to 8,000 megawatts in the summer. Thank you. And can go up to 10,000 at the maximum in the winter. So you can see that our grid holds now more than at least 50% of the energy needed until 2030. So for that to be able to cover in the national grid, in the transport grid, we have to make a lot of changes in the way we make our investments. So that's why you can see that Transelectrica plans for a lot more than what we have done in the past. And that is because simply we cannot afford to hold back the way the country and the way Europe evolves regarding energy. So what we have done is we split the country, as you can see, in more regions, so we can make a pretty straightforward analysis on when the grid is stressed, let's say, and where we should be doing our investments. You can see on the map that the most stressed part are the southwest part of Romania and, of course, the southeast, the one we are talking about, and the one, let's say, we are meeting about today. The Black Sea region, Dobrogea region, the stressful part of the most stressed part of the grid is there, and we are trying now to do this deep analysis so that we will be able to find the most efficient ways to get the energy out of there, out of Dobrogea, and out of the southeastern part of Romania, towards the western and why not the northern part of the country. You will see that most of our interconnections are on the west, so are of course with the European Union, and we are focusing on that in order to evacuate most of the energy made in that region. And if the offshore wind farms will happen in the near future, we will need to strengthen that part of the country more than ever and more than any other part of the country. And that is why Transelectrica proposed 1.5 months ago, a list of 20 strategic projects which we will need to focus on in the next 4 or 5 years in order to make all this grid be powerful enough so it can hold that big amount of megawatts projected. From this list you are seeing here, the list which is public, you will notice that more than half is focused on that region, on Dobrogea region. Yeah, so we have, for example, Cernavodă-Stâlpu, which will be done the next year. We will be able to put it in function next year, which is one of the most important projects we have for the Dobrogea region. If you go more ahead, we have Medgidia Sud, Constanța Nord, Isaccea, Tulcea Vest, for example. Only a couple of examples of investments we will do in the Black Sea region and in Dobrogea region for the exact purpose of evacuating the renewables that will be done there. What we have to do in order to achieve that, we talked about which are the best ways for Transelectrica to be able to do all those 20 projects in the next 5 years. That means nearly half the time they were planned for when this was done. And what we have achieved until now is that we met with all the interested parts, and of course with the regulator, which has been highly supported in the last months, with the government and with all the interested parts, so that we find a way for those projects to be done as soon as possible. I think we found the way for that to happen, and that's by declaring all the projects I talked about earlier as strategic projects of national importance, and of prioritizing them in order to be built as soon as possible and with the best, let's say, time effect reference. Next, of course, it's a matter of internal processes, because we all know that Romania is still a highly bureaucratic country, and its companies are highly bureaucratic. So we have to work on that very serious in order to be able to shorten the period in which any type of project, not only Transelectrica's, also other countries are made. I heard Mr. Nagy earlier saying that they are considering facilitating the ways investors get their permits, and the way investors are connected to the grid. Of course, Transelectrica is directly involved in the way producers and future investors get their connection to the grid. And as he said earlier, we are working together on ways to shorten the period of time on these types of permits, and shorten the period of time in which producers can get linked to the grid, because we know that this is a problem. We know that at this time, for example, in Dobruja region, it's a very, very crowded region for the investors, and we are aware that they are having problems with getting connected to the grid. We are working on that, and I hope that in the near future we will be able to come forward with a lot of important information that can help them make their investments faster and more secure, of course, because that's what we're talking about, the security of their investments. Again, we all know that Romania had problems in the past and in the present with this, and we are trying to work on it as much as possible. Last but not least, we are talking about 3 steps: harmonizing the public procurement process with European requirements. And why do we need that? I'm very glad that in this conference there are a lot of also European companies involved, because I think that we need to open up to all the producing capacities we can regarding the national grid. We have a very ambitious investment plans, and there are not a lot of companies that can work on this type of grids. So we are trying to harmonize that public procurement process so that companies from the European Union can come and help us build this grid. Of course, in the end, it's about financing this type of strategy and building a corporate strategy to hold everything together. We have already published 2 weeks ago a financing strategy that will help us build this grid and will help us come in the aid of producers and of producing capacities. What I want to say is that in the future, we don't think that money will be a problem. And it has been discussed here that we have a lot of opportunities also opened by the European Union. Is the modernization fund is the program that has been approved already this week for Romania with a huge amount of money. Transelectrica is also involved in the modernization plan alongside other companies. We are one of the first to apply for that plan with one of our projects I was mentioning above. And I think that this, alongside all the help we can get from the European Union with the funds, will help us achieve the big goals we have until 2030. Green Deal and Fit for 55 are extremely important, and I think that it is needed for all the actors in the energy sector to contribute in order to achieve these goals. What I want to say in the end is that Transelectrica is trying to be more proactive than reactive. Until now, we are waiting to see exactly where will a plant be built, exactly where the producing capacity will be coming from, and only after we would build another project in order to make that energy go in the transport grid. What we are trying to do now is to look forward and to see not where the producing capacity is 100% to be built, but where the producing capacity is most likely to be built. We are watching on the Black Sea region, and even though for the offshore wind farms, we don't find a project which is 100% to be built tomorrow, but we see the huge potential there, and we are trying to come in a proactive manner to come with our projects. And as I said, among the 20 projects, more than half are in that region, so that we will be able to move that energy out of there. At the end of the day, the most important thing, also for the TSO, and I'm sure that for the whole energy market is to find ways to get energy closer to people that need it and closer to companies that need it. This is the most important thing, and I think that if we build our strategy also nationwide and company-wide around that idea, the chances of achieving the very ambitious goals set by the European Union are very high likely to happen. That's all. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'll be here.
Thanks, Adrian. I think we're going to, take some more take questions at the end of the Q&A section. Thanks for discussing all the advanced changes that need to be done for the transmission system. And as you said, the most stressed part of the grid seems to be in the southern part, and Romania needs to get to the western and northern part of the country, which is closer to the EU, and that's going to be a challenge. But also finding, it has very ambitious plans of having companies from the EU invest in the network, and I hope this conference helps a lot to bring in together the investments, and also people can become more familiar about the Romanian transmission system. My next speaker is Mustafa Selebi. He's the head of Wind and Solar Group of the Republic of Turkey, Energy Market Regulation Authority. I had the pleasure to chat with Mustafa just before the beginning, and he explained to me a little bit about Turkey's big potential and turn into wind and solar energy. I mean, obviously Turkey is a big gas transition country in the region, but Mustafa, the floor is yours to explain more about the potential for renewable investment. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Kostis. It's a big honor to hear with you these distinguished audiences. Could you please my presentation to the screen? I'm going to talk about the energy policies of Turkey, present and future. And first of all, I want to speak about the overview of the market structure. Okay. Should I start at the beginning? Okay. Thank you very much. I'm going to talk about the energy policies of Turkey, and I'm going to talk about the structure of the market, and I'm going to give some statistics about the developments, and I'm going to talk the new trends and the future projects of the Turkey. The next slide, please. There are very players in the energy market in Turkey, especially the independent regulatory authority of my organization, and there are generation companies also. Most of them are licensed generation companies, and there are also unlicensed projects in Turkey. And there is also a new player in the energy market, which is YEKA projects called in Turkey. And there are 21 private organizations which is making distribution in Turkey. The next slide, please. And there is also a transmission company which is state-owned called TEİAŞ. And also we have a market operator called EPİAŞ, and it's located in Istanbul and manages the day-ahead and intraday markets and also future markets of Turkey. Next, please. Okay. In this slide, you can see the power of Turkey, the total installed power of Turkey. It's almost 100 megawatts right now, and this shows the last 10 years progress. It's almost doubled in last 10 years. And in the second graph, you can see the renewable installed power of Turkey. And it's again the last 10 years progress. And the rise is more than 3 times in the last 10 years. And there is, of course, many factors behind this success. One of them is the generation sector, which is there is a lot of private sector in the sector, and in the last 20 years, the rise is more than twice, from 40% to 83%. And another factor in the renewable generation ambitions is the previous feed-in tariff mechanism. Next, please. As you see in the graphs, our previous feed-in tariffs was based on to the dollar cent prices, and they are relatively higher prices according to market prices. For example, in wind energy, it's 7.3 dollar cents, and in PV sector, it's 13.3 dollar cents. And this support mechanism was a 10-year mechanism, and also there is an extra bonus for local equipment projects. And now there is a new tariff mechanism announced in Turkey. Next, please. And this is again a 10-year support mechanism, and also it's again a local content bonus for 5 years. And especially this mechanism is based on to Turkish liras. But there is an important point right now. There is an escalation method for these prices according to inflation rates, dollar and euro exchange rates. So our price remains always updated for the market prices. Next, please. And of course, we have some targets in terms of wind and solar projects. Right now in Turkey, the wind installed capacity is 10,000 megawatts, and the solar capacity is 7.2 megawatts right now. And we want to add every year 1,000 megawatt until 2027. So it shows our renewable ambitions in Turkey. In this slide, you saw the map of potential in terms of wind energy in Turkey, especially in the west side of the Turkey and the highest places according to sea level, very high potential. And according to some investigations, we have approximately 48 gigawatts potential, both onshore and offshore. And the next picture shows the solar radiation capacity of Turkey. And it's very clear to see that the south of the country is very high potential. So we want to use this potential in the future also. And I was mentioned before, there is a new player in the market in terms of generation sector, which is renewable energy zone projects, called in Turkish Echipa projects. These projects are some advantages compared to others. Especially these projects are big scale projects, around 1 gigawatt capacity. So the winners expected to benefit the economy of scale. And the second main advantage is the fixed prices and the fixed duration of the projects. It's generally 15 years duration for fixed prices. And the other one is some of the projects are have to install some R&D facilities to use their equipments in their plants. So they are making R&Ds with these incentives, and they can use their manufacturing equipments in their plants. Also, they can sell their equipments to the other projects all around the world. And up to now, we have completed some projects in Echipa tenders. One of them is a PV project, which has a capacity of 1 gigawatt in the middle of Turkey. And this is now in operation with 400 megawatts. And also we have another wind Echipa project, which is 1 gigawatt also. And this project is divided to 4 regions in Turkey. And the price is $3.48. And the next project is again a wind project, which is a capacity of 1 gigawatt also. And it's again divided to 4 regions. And the prices are average of $4. And this year we complete a solar PV project tender in Echipa. This is relatively smaller projects, the previous projects according to. And this project has a capacity of 1 gigawatt. And also we are planning to make a tender in the next years. In the next year, it's almost 42 region and has a capacity of 2 gigawatts. And now I want to speak about our completed regulations in Turkey in the last 2 years. There are new topics right now. One of them is YEKG Green Certificate Program. It's now in operation and open to the investors. And the other one is the storage projects, which we complete the secondary legislation in these projects. And also we have the hybrid regulations, and I'm going to talk about a little bit later. And also, as I mentioned earlier, we have a new feed-in tariff mechanism. In the hybrid projects, we are completed the secondary legislation, and we are getting some applications of the investors. The next slide, please. Actually, there is a main source and also an auxiliary source for the plants. It's especially in PV projects for auxiliary sources. For example, wind plus PV or hydro plus PV. Even hydro plus wind projects are applied to our organization. There are many advantages of these projects. For example, in wind sector in Turkey, many of the projects are operating in the night hours, and in the day hours we can add PV projects, which is a good complement for that plant. And of course, you shouldn't make any new investment for the connection capacity. You are using your connection, and you do not need to pay for extra operational expenditures in terms of your employees and like that. So there are many advantages for the hybrid projects, and we are now getting many applications to our organization for these projects. At the end of this presentation, I want to share some links at the end of the slide. These links are very useful for investors. There are many detailed information both in Turkish and in English. You can visit these websites. And also, do not hesitate to ask me questions by mail in every time. Thank you very much for your attention and listening.
Thanks so much, Mustafa, for explaining not only the potential of Turkey on renewable energy, including solar and wind, but also talking about a little bit about the legislative framework and the need for laws, and also all the regulations and how you can facilitate investment in Turkey. My next speaker is, we're going to switch to online, is Maya Melikidze. She's the Commissioner for Georgia National Energy and Water Supply Regulatory Commission. And we heard a little bit about Georgia in the beginning in our opening session when the Deputy Minister for Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development outlined the potential of Georgia, even though it's not directly boarding the EU to for Europe and also for the energy transition. Maya is going to talk about the new regulatory environment in the context of ongoing energy market reforms. I don't know if we have Maya.
Yes.
Maya, hi. The floor is yours.
Hello. Well, first of all, I would like to express my gratitude for the opportunity providing me to participate in this really very important event. And I was listening to my colleagues and was thinking about we have so many similarities, and at the same time we have so many things to learn from each other. Very warm welcome from Georgia, and on behalf of Energy Regulators Regional Association, ERA, let me welcome you once again. Today I will be talking about the new regulatory environment in the context of ongoing energy market reforms. Next slide, please. And I would like to update you what is happening in Georgia and where we are, and what are the similarities and what are the differences. I think representatives of different countries will see, and where we can be helpful to each other. Well, we started the harmonization with the third energy package, and transposition years were 2019 and 2020. We have electricity ACAS and gas ACAS, law on energy and water supply, which was adopted in 2019 in December. And of course, we have the sustainability part, which is very important for us. And on the same date, I mean, in December 2019, there was adopted also by the Parliament law on renewable energy sources. We have the draft about the energy efficiency legislation, and we are working quite hard to implement this process as well. We started, let's say, implementation process from the 1st of January 2021, and we started the law implementation, whatever was adopted, unbundling process and market development process as well. Next slide, please. Whatever we have done and what is our, let's say, timeline. 2017, Georgia became a member of the energy community. And in 2014, Georgia signed an association agreement with the European Union. And based on this, we started the very important process, which is called making reforms in energy sector and in energy market. In 2019, as I have already mentioned, we adopted laws. In 2020, there was the establishment of Georgian Power Exchange and Balancing Market Operator that was absolutely new institutions for us. In mid-2021, just starting from the 1st of July 2021, we started unbundling process. I will be talking about this in details later. We also started the market testing process, day-ahead market, balancing market, imbalance settlement. Now we are in testing process currently. But starting from the 1st of January 2022, we are thinking to start day-ahead market and balancing market, and we're going to launch this. We will be doing, leading this process based on hourly trade, self-dispatch, which is challenging, to be honest, and imbalance responsibility implementation. Next slide, please. Electricity market model. Existing structure implies central dispatching, trade and settlement on monthly basis, management and optimization of generators. We are moving to new structure of market, which is liberalized and competitive markets, hourly trade, self-dispatch, optimization of portfolios, and responsibility of imbalances. Next slide, please. We have electricity market legal frameworks. So from where we started, we had the electricity market concept design, and based on this design, we started we just adopted law on energy and water supply. By this law, we absolutely changed the structure, authorization procedures, unbundling requirements, facilitation of competition, empowerment of the regulatory authority, public service obligations, energy security, and whatever is very important for Georgia, I think for other countries as well, is customer protection. Based on these issues, the regulatory authority created secondary legislation, as my colleagues also mentioned. And this secondary legislation implied electricity wholesale market rules, electricity retail market rules, transitory measures in the electricity sector, rules on determination of the criteria and status of large electricity customers. In addition, rules on determination of the criteria and status of small commercial customers. Transmission and distribution grid code, where we had very good assistance received from our European colleagues, and market monitoring rules as well. Next slide, please. Electricity market concept design. So what is the basement of our, let's say, electricity market liberalization process? Is the electricity market concept, which defines the main principles of organization of electricity market in Georgia, defines market participants and their roles, and sets the deadlines for the launch of organized markets. Day-ahead market will be implemented starting from the 1st of January 2022. Also, the balancing market will start and will be launched the same date. And as for intraday market, we will be ready to launch this from the 1st of January 2023. Electricity market concept also sets the timeline for the market opening. All electricity generations constructed with a capacity not exceeding 120 megawatts shall be released of the piața obligation by 1st of January 2020. So this is whatever we have already done. All customers except for households and small enterprises shall purchase electricity at the market prices. And this is what we have already done and made, progress in that respect. Next slide, please.
Maya, we cannot see your slides. So, I mean, it's very interesting presentation, but you just counted that we don't see your slides. So you can just talk as you normally do.
I didn't know that.
No, I will try to tell you earlier, but that's fine. I mean, I think people will get the full picture about the energy transition.
Okay, I didn't know that you don't have the slides in front of you. Okay, unbundling process. We started this commercial, activities. So we have the transmission system operator and distribution system operator. So ownership unbundling, that was certification and licensing. This is on one hand. And on the other hand, we had legal separation, organization independence, accounting separation, and separation of workplaces. In that respect, we of course issue licensing. And since the January 2021, we started this process quite successfully. Well, to be honest, these slides are, and I mean, the presentation is given to you, and I still will be asking assistance. Well, we had the wholesale electricity market transition. We had deregulated power plants, import, and we have export traders, large consumers, and free suppliers. So from regulated markets, we are moving to deregulated markets, and this entire process will be finished in Georgia in 2026. So this we have the timeline up to 2026. Next one, please. Having in mind the development of the intraday, day ahead, and OTC issues as well, wholesale public supplier, and of course renewable energy sources support schemes. I will be talking about that later. Next one, please. Here we have I will not take much time of yours because retail electricity market is in transition process. And I'm sure this already happened in many, let's say, European countries and in the developing countries as well, where we are now, and moving to the regulated market to the free suppliers, universal suppliers, and we're gonna have the big consumers, eligible consumers, and next step that will take place in Georgia will be of giving the opportunity to small commercial, medium commercial, let's say commercials, and whatever that my colleague also mentioned is very critical for us is vulnerable consumers as well. And we're thinking how to cope with these issues. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, so we have renewable energy sources support mechanism in Georgia. Support scheme, we have feed-in premium. This is the eligibility all renewable energy sources power plants bigger than 5 megawatt, premium up to 1.5 US dollar cent, and strike price there will be 5.5 US dollar cents. We plan to expand all on renewable energy technology. Schemes under PPP law, which was adopted in 2018, is the possibility for public-private partnership, streamlined procedures, and we must have positive social, economic, cost-benefit analysis. So we're gonna have the direct negotiation possibility for energy projects. Power purchase agreements, PPAs, this is very painful issue. This is in force since 2008. So suspended due to the inconsistency with the new market concept. And under PPAs, we are constructed up to 500 megawatt capacity. This is 41 hydropower plants and 1 wind plant. As for net metering, which is very crucial issue for Georgia, is that renewable energy sources generators up to 500 kilowatt capacity is included, and all retail consumers can benefit. Group connection is now possible, and more than 5 megawatt and up to 300 micro generators are eligible to move to the free market. Next slide, please. Now moving to the end. So enforcement of the competition. Well, the Regulatory Commission is now responsible for enforcement of competition and market monitoring in the energy sectors. We have annual reports on energy markets, and where necessary, a Regulatory Commission, we carry out a market survey. Upon request of the Georgian government, Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development, Competition Agency, or the Energy Ombudsman. Upon request of the market participant, which has suffered immediate material damage as a result of the anti-market behavior and on its own initiative. Next slide, and I'm done. Our slogan is when balance is achieved, and we're trying to overcome the challenges and to import and export the expertise and experience that our colleagues have. And this event is really very much dedicated to this exchange of experience and expertise. Thank you very much. Should we have any questions, I'm ready to answer. Thanks.
Thanks, Maya, for explaining all the new regulatory environment in terms of Georgia's energy market reforms and transition. And you know, Georgia in the EU can benefit a lot from Georgia, and I'm going to discuss a little bit later also about how after the association agreement, and also how Georgia's role in the EU energy transition. We're not going to have our next speaker from Ukraine because she unfortunately, Valerie cannot join us. But we heard a lot about Ukraine actually in the beginning, as we had the deputy minister for energy, and he explained, like Georgia, how EU's neighbors can contribute to EU's energy transition. So I'm going to move straight to our next speaker after, which is Gorbuz Gonul, who's the Director of Country Engagement and Partnership with IRENA, obviously with the, and he's, IRENA is very, as a renewable agency, he's going to explain to us about the role of renewables for the energy transition and offer us a more global and regional perspective, not just about the Black Sea region, which is has a lot of potential, but also about the pan-European and global perspective.
See me and hear me well. Greetings to all of you. It's my great pleasure to join you today. Unfortunately, virtually, given the constraints still posed by the pandemic. I will be pleased to present IRENA's perspective on the energy transition globally and for the Black Sea region and the key role of renewables in that picture. In fact, events like the Black Sea Energy Week offer a good opportunity to advancing dialogue among key stakeholders on how to accelerate the uptake of renewables in the region, given that the region's high renewable energy potential is still largely untapped. Next slide, please. Let me start with some global trends of the energy transition from our recently published flagship report, World Energy Transitions Outlook, WETO. In fact, WETO outlines the pathway to transform the global energy landscape aligned with the 1.5-degree goal of the Paris Climate Agreement. Science is very clear. According to the latest IPCC report, global greenhouse gas emissions must reach zero by 2050. And the energy sector has a critical role to play as the biggest contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. 45% of emissions must be reduced by 2030. And we are in a decade which will define whether we have a fighting chance in keeping temperature rise to 1.5 degrees. So it's a very narrow window of opportunity we have in hand right now. Next slide, please. Without any doubt, finding a right mix of different technology solutions that are needed to support decarbonization of energy sector will be crucial. We see 6 key avenues for emission reductions with renewables, energy efficiency and electrification of end users, providing the bulk of CO2 reductions by 2050. Most of these technologies are already available, and considerable amount of innovation is still taking place and reshaping the energy system. However, the current deployment levels are not compatible with the 1.5-degree limit, so we need to do more. Next slide, please. It is important to accelerate the redesign of the power sector. as the most important shift in the global energy transition is the increasing use of low-cost renewable power to electrify end use like transport and heat. Electricity generation, therefore, must expand threefold by 2050 to meet this demand, with renewables providing 90% of the total supply by mid-century. This will include a raising demand for hydrogen, green hydrogen, which Irina considers a key solution for hard-to-electrify segments within industry and transport. As renewable power costs continue a downward pathway, green hydrogen could rise as a major energy carrier. And we estimate that green hydrogen will be produced at cost competitive with blue hydrogen by 2030. Especially, I think we all know that there's a remarkable policy attention to hydrogen today. To decarbonize the transport sector, direct electrification and hydrogen would deliver 67% of emission reduction. In industry, it is hydrogen and electrification combined can contribute 27% of mitigation needs, and buildings, it is electrification together with energy efficiency. Next slide, please. The outlook has a strong focus on socioeconomic dimension of the energy transition, because we know that implications of decarbonization involves deep structural changes that will greatly affect economies and societies. In fact, Irina's analysis has consistently shown that scaling up investment in energy transition will boost global GDP, enhance welfare, and create jobs through 2050. In fact, this will create close to 3 times more jobs than fossil fuels do for each $1 million of investment. Next slide, and here I try to give you a closer picture of welfare impact. In fact, we see the 5 dimensions of welfare: it's environmental, economic, energy access, social, and distributional dimensions. They all constitute the foundation of Irina's welfare analysis. And what we see between the 1.5 degree goal action or scenario compared to the existing national plans, which is PES, indicated as PES, we see an 11% welfare improvement between the 2 scenarios by 2050. So quite a significant welfare impact that we can have with actions, with taking energy transition actions based on 1.5 degree scenario. Next slide, please. And as I mentioned previously, this past decade witnessed a remarkable growth for renewables globally and in the Black Sea region. And here I would like to have a closer look at this evolution in the region. Next slide, please. But before I turn to the region, let me start with a global picture on renewable energy costs, because it's a very critical topic in energy transition. As I earlier mentioned, low-cost electricity from renewable energy is a key for decarbonizing the energy system. And thanks to the technology innovations, supportive policy and regulatory frameworks, and resulting rapidly decreasing cost, new renewable energy projects are becoming very competitive. In fact, one clear example is with the solar projects, and new solar projects are undercutting the cheapest and least sustainable existing coal-fired power plants. So the new investments in solar are even cheaper than running the existing coal-fired power plants in increasing number of markets. The energy sector has been hit hard by the pandemic. I think we all felt the impact, and this is particularly true for the fossil fuel sector, in fact. The COVID-19 crisis offered an unexpected opportunity for countries across the globe to decouple their economies from fossil fuels and accelerate the shift to renewable energy sources. And in fact, that is exactly what happened in most parts of the globe last year. Global renewable energy capacity additions in 2020 beat earlier estimates and all previous records. The world added more than 260 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity last year, accounting for more than 80% of all new capacity additions in that year. Next slide, please. Turning to the Black Sea region, this slide shows the evolution of installed renewable capacity in 5 countries of the region: Bulgaria, Georgia, Romania, Turkey, and Ukraine from 2010 to 2020, so basically during the last decade. And cumulative installed renewable energy capacity more than doubled in the past decade, as you see on the picture, from 36 to 88 gigawatt in 2020. And throughout the years, hydropower, obviously important source of energy in the region, remained the largest source of renewable energy with 48 gigawatt installed capacity. But the growth in renewables in the past 10 years can be primarily attributed to new renewable energy resources such as solar and wind. And let's look at that in the next slide, please. And here's a closer look into the remarkable growth of solar and wind in the region during the same period. And 2010, the installed capacity of onshore wind in the region was only 2 gigawatt, and solar was almost non-existent. And the picture today looks completely different. The region had almost 14 gigawatt of onshore wind and 16 gigawatt of solar PV last year. Next slide, please. And here, let me complement this picture with few messages coming from our renewable energy roadmap for the CESEC region. CESEC region is Central Europe, Southern Europe Connectivity Initiative region. So it's an EU initiative. I think many of you would be familiar with that. And we have done a specific analysis, a roadmap analysis for the region. And this analysis includes some countries from the region, but many of the messages are quite relevant for the wider region. So I want to touch upon a few of them. Renewable energy is ready to compete in the region, but they need fair competition with fossil fuel energy technologies, and we need to create a level playing field. Especially, obviously, the focus of attention is the remaining subsidies to fossil fuels and creating a fair set of market and operation rules. Planning is important for accelerating renewables based on how to penetrate renewables, but also taking into account the electrification of heat and transport. And this is fundamental in the planning process. So it's the planning process should definitely take into consideration. It goes beyond the power sector. It has to involve other sectors like transport sector, industrial sector, building sector, relevant ministries and stakeholders. And that planning should capture those needs, rising needs and penetration opportunities for electrifying heat and transport through renewables. And then efforts, or I think additional efforts are needed to reduce perceived risk for investors. I think the investment picture is very important. In the need to adopt best practices in policy and regulatory instruments such as auctions, simplified administrative procedures, and I think working with international partners and finance and insurance institutions to develop region-specific risk mitigation mechanisms. I think these are all important. The cities, I think, very local level, I think they play a very important role in driving the transformation, and they are key also to that. And coordination of national energy planning with subnational entities, with the state, provinces, cities, I think that will definitely have a positive impact in energy transition, especially in the areas like electromobility and distributed renewables adoption. Regional cooperation is important among the neighboring countries. Coordinated infrastructure, investment planning, and market integration definitely will drive the cost-effective decarbonization of energy systems. Stability, predictability, and long-term visibility of policies and regulations will definitely give certainty and confidence to investors to reduce, and they will reduce risks, and therefore the cost of capital will go down. And we need to ensure that the current progress is sustainable in the medium and long term. Next slide. Finally, let me very briefly present some of our work to support the region's energy transition. Next slide, please. We have been pursuing a progressive outreach to support our member countries in updating their nationally determined contributions, the energy component of it, energy transition component, how we can make them more ambitious, but also making more practically implementable. and also helping them during the implementation also. We have engaged nearly 70 countries and provided substantive input to enhancement of energy component of NDCs. And we have several Southeastern European countries that we have been working with, including Turkey from the region. And we have jointly, we are jointly undertaking an assessment of solar rooftop potential of a selected district based on IRENA's Solar City Simulator tool. And we are discussing a study for the promotion of distributed solar PV applications for municipalities in Turkey. And we are also in discussion with Georgia for formulating a project to facilitate their NDC implementation. And the next slide is more our regional engagement, because we have a specific program, Southeast Europe regional program, which dates back to a communiqué adopted by the region in 2017. It has several components of activities, dedicated analysis, technical assistance, capacity buildings, and in numerous policy, regulatory policy, and finance areas. I mentioned already about the CESEC and the roadmap we have developed for the CESEC region, which covers some of the Black Sea region countries that I already mentioned about. And my last slide is about investment and finance. I think it's a very critical topic, obviously. And IRENA has become more and more active in that space. And obviously, we are not an implementing agency, but we are more facilitator, providing different products, tools, and platforms to help facilitate, or first of all, the production of bankable projects, but also how we can facilitate access to finance. We team up with SE for All, UNDP, and Green Climate Fund under the Climate Investment Platform. And that provides the overall framework for our project facilitation work. And we are teaming up with the governments, financial institutions, project developers, and private sector in developing solid project pipelines backed by the governments, assisting in bringing project proposals to bankability and facilitating their access to finance. From early next year, we will start implementing those investment forums. Unfortunately, they were delayed. Probably last year I was speaking in that forum. I was using these very similar words, but unfortunately the pandemic has didn't allow us to initiate that forums in different regions. But now we are, with the pandemic situation getting better, we are hoping that we will start with those physical events, because we want to do it physical events, not virtual. And we want to organize such events in 14 geographic clusters, including Southeast Europe. And so that these forums can provide an effective fora for enhanced government investor dialogue, dedicated project matchmaking, and associated capacity building activities. With this, let me conclude my words, and thank you very much to all of you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Gorbuz, and I hope to see you next year in person. But even remotely, this was a very interesting presentation, and thanks for explaining IRENA's role in the region and the role of renewables. You mentioned also the social impact of this energy transition, which is very important. And as we move into the Q&A section, and before we move to questions from the audience, I wanted to ask you about the cost of renewables. And I mean, this energy transition, how can we make sure that we retain that the cost of energy transition is not passed on to the consumers, and how much of is the cost an issue in terms of countries in the Black Sea region, but also more generally moving into a more, kind of getting rid of fossil fuels and more, CO2 heavy industries, and moving into green energy, and especially also hydrogen that you mentioned.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think when we look at the cost, I think it has two dimensions. One is the technology costs. I think the cost of producing solar panels or wind turbines, etc., and which is basically more or less okay. If you consider the logistics cost, it might differ a bit, but across the globe, I think the cost will be more or less the same. But it is more important that how investors feel confident in investing in a particular market in terms of the risks. I think this is the focus that we need to have. Obviously, one important dimension of it is a broader investment framework in the country, in terms of how conducive it is for investors, how risks have been allocated for the right part of the deal. So there are issues related to the overall investment environment, but also there are issues or risks associated with the particular investment. What we have in our previous analysis is that the high cost of capital in the region is an issue. In several markets, the cost of capital is much higher than the other European markets, in Southeast Europe, for instance. And the question is how we can reduce it. Obviously, creating the right investment frameworks, policies, regulation, and doing things right. But on the other hand, how we can also create the right mechanisms in order to reduce those costs. I mentioned about this risk mitigation tools that can be dedicated tools that can be developed for a particular market, which captures those risks which are specific to that particular market and which will create or help create a more conducive environment for investments. For coming to hydrogen, obviously hydrogen, it receives a lot of attention. I think every day, every week, an event is happening here and there about hydrogen, green hydrogen, and how we can promote it. Obviously, at the moment, it is not competitive. The electrolysis process, it is still high cost, and the prospects is that they will become more competitive by 2030, competing with blue hydrogen, which is natural gas-based hydrogen production. So there is still innovation taking place, but I think there is a lot of also policy support coming to it to drive hydrogen development. And we are seeing in different markets some pilot projects, but a more commercial application of hydrogen projects will be coming in the coming period, I would say in the next 10 years, competing with other alternatives. Obviously, hydrogen is extremely important because you cannot electrify all end-use sectors. When you look at the shipping sector, aviation sector, some of the industrial sectors, you cannot fully electrify or electrify at all. So that's why you will need another energy carrier, and hydrogen and green hydrogen provides an important carrier in that perspective. And producing hydrogen is from renewables. It makes a lot of sense because, as you know, because of the time of the day, etc., you would have a lot of surplus electricity from variable renewables, from solar and wind, where this energy can be directed to produce hydrogen. So it's a very efficient way of using the surplus electricity that you would have from renewables to produce hydrogen.
On the same question about cost, since we are in Romania and I have two distinguished speakers from Romania, Frank, I wanted to ask you about the issue of cost and also how much is energy efficiency a role? I mean, we can produce more green energy, but in terms of cutting down the actual losses that are happening in terms of in the country.
It obviously has to play a major role. And we also see several initiatives supported by the government or with policies, legislation, regulation. So we are on getting on the right track, and it will be a major component of reducing energy costs and making it affordable for population and for the industry.
Adrian, I mean, in terms of, you mentioned the losses of kind of reducing the network losses in Romania. I mean, how much is this is kind of factoring in terms of not necessarily making sure that the energy that is produced, the green energy, actually is not wasted compared to other countries.
Yes, the problem of grid losses is of course something which we are looking into very carefully, especially in the last years. It's still a problem in Romania, and what we are trying to do is to perfect the grid in such a way that the energy can go in more than one way, especially from Dobrogea area, because that's the that's the 10th region for the grid losses. As in terms of renewables, even Transelectrica had a lot of discussions lately with partners, especially with partners in the financial area, let's say the World Bank, for example, in order to find some solutions for some type of storage capacities. In our opinion, for the renewables, the possibility of storage alongside the renewables sources of energy will help the grid be a lot more efficient, let's say, and for those grid losses to be lower and lower. From our expertise, as much as we invest, as low the grid losses will be. So hopefully in the next 4 or 5 years, this problem will no longer be so high as it is in the present.
Mustafa, in terms of cost of energy in Turkey, in terms of making the energy transition, how does it factor in as what you told us earlier about the wind and solar investments? In terms of what's the cost like in Turkey in terms of compared to other more CO2 heavy industry?
Yes, in Turkey the prices are dropping dramatically also, especially in the manufacturing sector. For especially wind and solar, we are now have some manufactories manufacturing these equipments. For example, in wind sector, we have almost 70 companies manufacturing the wind equipments. Because of these investing manufacturing factories, we dropped the prices very efficiently in Turkey also.
We're going to move into questions from the audience. I see, but in a second. So I want you to think about, since we have the advantage of meeting here physically, what you want to ask our panelists online and also here. But we have a question over the internet from Cyril, who says about getting some more insights about the targeted energy mix, especially in Romania, and what is the PV portion, especially and a specific, more targeted projects. Is this something that you can answer?
Yes, partially at least. So we have plans for up to 7 gigawatt additional installed power for renewable energy over the next years, and that would of course substantially shift the share of the different production sources. Clearly, if Chernobyl 3 and 4 will be realized, then nuclear would more or less double its capacity. And with that, then long-term coal would no longer be needed. And the other thing is that gas is, I think, for the whole part of this world, the major transition energy. So gas will play for a long period a very important role in the generation mix for Romania, and will become even more important, I guess, over the next years. From the audience, they're asking what are the renewables objectives in Romania, Bulgaria, and Ukraine and Georgia. I mean, we have Maya here from Georgia, and also you can ask a question regarding Romania. But Maya, if you can, what are the objectives for REN objectives in Georgia?
Hello?
Yeah, hi.
Yeah, hi. Could you please clarify the question? What are the objectives in which respect?
Is this a more broad question, just about what the renewable objectives are for Georgia, if they have such specific targets, I guess, in terms of the country?
Well, actually, Georgia would like to become the energy hub. Currently, we are building behind the Black Sea some channels that is assisted by the World Bank in order to export electricity. But of course, we perfectly understand that we do not have enough resources to generate electricity locally. And we're thinking to have a respective, let's say, transmission electricity system with our neighboring countries, and we have already started building them with Turkey. We have very good relations with Azerbaijan and Armenia, and we have very good cooperation in terms of export-import of electricity. And we're thinking somehow to link to Europe as well, because we have negotiations with our European colleagues. And as far time goes by, we see that the consumption of electricity is increasing in almost every country. Even in Georgia, despite we had these COVID-19 challenges, this year we have 40% increase in terms of electricity consumption in comparison with the same period last year. So that was for us even the amazing indicator. It means that we have to build more generation objects and more generation capacities, and we have to support renewable energy rather more than we have done before.
They're asking more specifically about the expected milestone for 2025-2030. So within that 5-year period, is any specific target?
It's the diversification of the generation resources. And major goal is to liberalize electricity market entirely, which will be finished in 2026. And another issue on our agenda is the liberalization of gas market, which will take more time and which is more challenging because we do not have our own resources as a gas, and we import from Azerbaijan. Based on this, we're gonna start this process somewhere next year. So next will be the liberalization of gas market. Afterwards, we're thinking to make Georgia as an energy hub as much as possible and to support our neighboring countries to liberalize their market as well in order to achieve the entire liberalized regional market as it exists in Europe. Because we see whenever we have these meetings with our neighboring countries on the same level, they always say that you are making some reforms, but we have to be on the same level in order to have this appropriate transmission network to sell and buy the same product without challenges.
For Romania, either of you, Adrian or Frank, I mean, in terms of 2025, 2030, are there any major milestones for renewables and energy transition?
I think the needed is 38% by 2030, right? So I think that's what we're heading for. And of course, Transelectrica has to be ready for any type of surge in that matter. We can see now, and I'm sure that all the implied actors can see that there are a lot of investors that want to invest in these renewables, not only in the Black Sea region. We can see a lot of movement in the Western region, and I'm quite sure that if the things go this way, if the expected results will be as such, we will be able to hit this target in 2030.
Now I want to take some questions from the audience. Is anybody who has a question from the audience about Black Sea or anything that from our discussion earlier? Okay, then I'll give you. I mean, you can think about it, but I can. We can just continue our discussion here. In terms of now with the EU Green Deal, and in terms of you mentioned earlier the huge potential Zoltan was saying about the investments in the region from the modernization fund. I was wondering for Romania, how much you think can come from private investors and how much is coming in from EU funds in terms of, for Romania to meet its energy transition goals, Frank?
So clearly we will need a mixture, and obviously the funds are available. And of course, it is very attractive for any private investor in combination with EU funds to realize projects, for example, in the renewable area. So that will be a major driver. And I hope that we can really access the funds efficiently and fast enough, because that was very often a problem over the last 15 years. That we did not access the funds fast enough because of lots of bureaucracy, and we lost many opportunities, and I hope that this will be better this time, because it's a real chance for not only for Romania but for all the EU countries, at least in this region.
Maya, obviously, Georgia is a partner of the EU. It's not obviously a member, but how can Georgia benefit from the EU Green Deal in terms of financing and know-how as well?
Actually, I would like to start the story before how everything was planned and implemented. Within the regulatory commission, we had assistance from the EU. We had 3 twinning projects related with the methodology, support with the e-control, forming a new methodology of calculation of tariffs. This was a major help that we received in 2017. Then we had smart metering assistance from EU. Now we have 2 weeks ago, it started green energy regulation in Georgia, twinning project that will be last somewhere 27 months. And it means that apart from the financing side, we are receiving support and assistance in order to harmonize our secondary legislation and our environment to the EU. As for the financing, we are receiving in different types of projects, especially supporting climate changes. That is the 4th package of EU. We started this within the country somewhere a year ago, which was related with the energy efficiency issues. And through these channels, we are receiving separate project financing, especially giving us the platform and opportunity to have the fair, let's say, relations with our consumers, customers, and investors. So based on this, I can't tell you exactly the number of the amount, but I have to look at the years. But I know that huge support is coming to Georgia, especially in the respect of supporting legal, political, policy making, and also the technical side of the reform.
We're going to be wrapping up in about 3 minutes this session, which has been very interesting. I want to give a chance to my speakers, if anything that you heard from other people's presentations, if there's something you want to respond to, or any closing remarks in terms of our discussion here today.
Okay, I think what Adrian said is actually very, very important, that we really have to strengthen the network in order to make this transition happening, and Transelectrica has really got a very challenging program in front, and it's absolutely needed. And the other thing I'd like to repeat is that really we need support for the vulnerable customers, but we also need to protect our industry, because we are with the transition costs affecting the energy prices for small and big industries, and we have to make sure that our industry remains competitive in the worldwide setup.
Adrian?
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And furthermore, I want to say that we think that especially in this period of time where it's very difficult with the energy market and all of that. It's very important for all of us to sit at the same table, regardless we are TSO, we are distributor or producer. I think it's very important to sit at the same table and to put, let's say, the main interest in this is that the country gets its infrastructure, the energy is distributed as it should, and of course the consumer gets a fair amount of this energy, and the renewables will in the end be as efficient as they should.
Mustafa, in terms of
Yes.
what you heard or anything closing remarks?
I want to add something also. As you know, we are not a member of EU, but we are a partner of EU, and we are following the EU's steps closely. So we are regulating our sector in terms of the EU agreements, and EU is our important partner in terms of exporting goods to EU. So we need to create carbon neutral sectors in Turkey. So we are very ambitious to invest in renewables in the future also.
Maya, I'm going to close off with you. I heard from Mustafa about Turkey. How about Georgia? Any closing remarks?
Thank you very much. So my colleagues also mentioned very crucial issues that we have to sit around one table in order to have this common wealth and common benefit, which is called the energy. And vulnerable consumers are one of the vital, let's say, consumers who have challenges in the consumption, electricity consumption. If we treat this as a social sensitive product, and it is a social sensitive product, well, I would like just express my gratitude to each of you who are ready to share and to have very good, friendly relations. We have good relations with Turkey and with our neighbors, and I'm really very much eager to have the same kind of relations with other countries in order to reach the major goal, very important product to be accessible and for everyone. Thank you.
On that note, I also want to thank all my guests today, Frank, Adrian, Mustafa, Maya, and Zoltan earlier, for this very interesting discussion. I want to thank also Invest in Network for organizing this very interesting conference. We're going to take 1 hour break here in Romania. We're going to have lunch, and then as you online guests are going to join us for the second session, and the second panelist an hour later. We have 2 full days of very interesting discussions. And hope you enjoyed it. Thanks a lot for participating. I'm Kostas Geropoulos from New Europe newspaper. I'm the Energy and Russian Affairs editor. Thanks a lot once again.
Right, so welcome back to this event. I'm really happy to be here in person finally, and to moderate this session, which is more about interconnection, solar, and storage. This is from the country where I'm from. This is siesta time, actually, so yet I'm here on stage. And I would like to welcome also my fellow panelists today. We have Izet Alagöz joining from online, Mikhail Tavberidze, also online, Georgi Vaskangadze, again online. We have here Adrian Paraskiv, thank you for joining us today, and Romana Savitskas, but we will introduce them a little bit better later on. So this morning we talked a lot about a general overview of the region, and we focused a lot on regulations and laws, which are important, yes, but sometimes businesses are ahead of policies, let's say. So now we're going to focus a little bit on storage, on solar energy. What are the opportunities in the region? What are the challenges connected to storage, as I said, and to interconnectivity? And I would like to give the floor to Izet Alagöz. Can you hear us? You hear?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. And he is the general manager of Turkey's electricity generation company, EWAS. So he will start with his presentation. So İzzet, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon one more time. First of all, I would like to give my wishes to be next time face-to-face and to make our all meetings, I believe, more efficiently. So today we are in the phase of praying and wishing. Hopefully we will come over this disaster as a world, so we can talk later on about all energy issues. But today, congratulations that you achieved a good, important presentation day. And this organization, I believe, it is necessary and hopefully will be very successful. So, if you let me, I would like to share my presentation, just some figures related with Turkey. All right. Okay. Thank you very much for participating. So let's go to the beginning. All right. Electricity generation company is a state-owned company in Turkey, and we have 64 power plants, and total production capacity, installed base capacity is 22,500 megawatts all over Turkey. And among these power plants, we have 48 hydroelectric power plants and 2 wind power plants and some solars distributed all over Turkey. When I say we have, I mean electricity generation company, which is state-owned company, but I will share with you some figures related with all Turkey production. The targeted production of Turkish electricity will be 22% from hydropower and 16% from other renewable energy sources for the installed capacity. This is the target for 2023. Why you will see 2023 in a lot of pages of us, and there is a special meaning of 2023. It is the 100 years anniversary of Turkish Republic. For this reason, we have a lot of figures pointing out 2023. At the moment, you will see Turkish installed capacity about total production, including renewable and other sources. We have 98,500 nearly megawatt installed capacity, and I can tell you the 52% of this is renewable, and 35% of this renewable is from hydroelectric power plants, and others are from wind, solar, and the remains. We have also in Turkey 26 coal-based power plants and nearly 35 natural gas combined cycle power plants, and total production is 1/3 is hydro, 1/3 is from natural gas, and 1/3 is from other renewable resources and coal. When we talk about renewable energy sources in electric generation, not installed base, but in generation, it comes 36, nearly 37% of all Turkey. You know, the real reason of this are because of water resources. Unfortunately, this year we don't have enough water in our rivers, so production reduced recently. It's not a little bit, it's too much reduced. Last year it was 42, and this year it is 36.8. So this is just because of lack of enough water in the rivers. And just if we talk about hydro, we have in 2020 30,000 megawatt installed capacity, and the generation out of this is, you can see from last year and this year a little bit reduction, but anyway it is 78,000 gigawatt hour production for 2020. And this year, unfortunately, it's reducing a little bit more because of lack of enough water. And I can tell, just if we come back to hydro, I can tell there are some under construction power plants on hydro, and the upcoming on the pipeline, we have 2 more big power plants. So just end of this year, we are going to have 33,000 megawatt, 32 point something megawatt. So it is nearly 33,000 megawatt installed capacity. Again, let's talk about wind. Up to 2020, you can see nearly 12 years ago, there was nearly zero production on wind power plants, but the new policy of the country are based on renewable sources. So year by year and day by day, all wind power plants are separated all over Turkey according to the wind power. Up to now, we have just 2 weeks ago, our Minister of Energy announced that we have been reached recently 10,000 megawatt of installed capacity, but in 2020 it was 8,000, so nearly 9,000. Now we have 10,000 megawatt installed capacity, and as linearly production generation capacity are increasing in a linear way, and we have about 25,000 gigawatt hour production from the wind. Also, government owned our company. We last week signed a new contract for 2 big windmill sources, and in 2023 we will have 2 more wind power plants in areas in our company. If we talk about geothermal, which is an increasing power production in Turkey, again in 2008 there was nearly zero, but some changes on the technology because of our temperature on geothermal is about 100, between 90 and 120, and the changes on the technology allowed us to install power plant based on geothermal heat capacity. Now we have 1,600 megawatt installed base and nearly 10,000 gigawatt hour production from geothermal. Geothermal is a continuous production, and it's like a base power plant. So it is quite supportive in the power generation market. So we are happy from these changes in geothermal market. Again, solar, as all over the world, in Turkey also, we have huge installed capacity increase, and accordingly, we have also generation increase on the solar system. At the moment, in 2020, 6,600. Now it's reaching up in 2021, reaching up to 8,000 megawatt installed capacity, and the generation is about 11,000 gigawatt hour, with recorded last year. So as a review, we have to say in 2023, we will have 10,000 megawatt solar energy and 12,000 megawatt wind energy and 32,000 megawatt for hydropower. But slightly changes will come, but this is the expected power installed basis capacity of Turkey, and geothermal is increasing, and we expect to double the capacity, and we are going to reach about 3,000 megawatt by 23. And we believe in Turkey demand is increasing as pandemic life conditions. In the beginning of pandemic, demand was reduced slightly, and again immediately increased with the rated demand expectations. At the moment, a huge production capacity and huge demand in Turkey, unbelievable. Records are coming day by day in August, and now we are, as all Europe, we are in the fall season, and in the fall season, little bit reduced demand, which made us letting our power plants to make our maintenance available. So just 2 months later, we expect a huge increase and new records on demand in Turkey. So I believe in all over the world, the production capacity of industry are increasing. In Turkey, a huge production on steel plant and on cement sector, and all our industrial production are 7 days and 24 hours open, and for this reason we expect a huge increase on demand even in the winter and in the summer season upcoming. But for water, we are wishing again, praying to the God to let us to have more water, more rain, more snow this year, because it was not enough for our production capacity. Our installed base is waiting new water to increase the generation capacity. This is my basics for the Turkey, and I'm expecting questions, and I'm ready to answer any kind of questions if it comes. Thank you very much for participating, and thank you very much for inviting us. Thank you very much for listening to us.
Thank you, Izzet, for your presentation. I do have a follow-up question actually right now, because you said that 52% is the share of renewables right now in the country. I've read actually several studies that talked about the possibility for any country to reach 100% renewable energy in the electricity production. Do you see this future for Turkey as well? We cannot hear you. Still, no. I don't know if there is somebody.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I think you need to unmute yourself. Is that?
Okay, can you hear me
Yes,
now?
yes, perfect. Now, yes.
Yeah, it looks like okay now. I tried to close the screen, but I think I closed everything. Sorry for that. I couldn't get the point on the question. Sorry for that, but can you repeat?
Yes, of course. I love to repeat myself. So, the thing is that you mentioned 52% of share of renewables right now, and Turkey is the country that has done the most progress over the past year, actually. But I read several studies that mentioned the possibility of 100% of renewables in the near future, in the long-term future. Do you see this possibility in Turkey as well?
We have to make our plan according to this, but the Green Deal is also Green Deal for us. It's a deal for us. It's a promise, but in the near future, it is not possible to have 100% from renewable, because we have at the moment our national coal, and now we are making our strategy when we are going to give up generation from the coal. But our president in United Nations, he already announced that we are going to sign in the parliament about Paris deal. So we are going to obey to the Green Deal in 2055 for zero emission. But at the moment, in the near future, we are increasing day by day the renewables, but we have still 26 thermal plants, and we need power at the moment. So we cannot talk this year, next year, but we are going to, I'm sure we are going to speak about limiting the carbon emission of the world.
Thank you. And actually, Vice President Franz Timmermans recently just said that he's looking forward for Turkey to have its own Green Deal, and we're all looking forward to that. So I would like now to move to our next speaker, who is Mikhail Tavberidze, Deputy General Director of Georgia's Electricity System Commercial Operator. Mikhail, can you hear us? Okay, we can see your slides, but we cannot hear you.
Yes.
Yes, perfect.
Now, okay, fine. So let me greet all participants of this event. It's really pity that we have to talk through the screen, but I think that this will be improved in the nearest future. So I will take some of your time talking about the challenges which and plans of Georgia, how to integrate the renewable energy sources in the new market model, which we are developing. No, I would say that we are implementing now currently.
Mikhail, sorry if I interrupt you, but we don't see you actually. Can you turn on your camera?
My camera is on, actually.
Because we see actually everything is black.
Okay, I'll try to do it again, but my camera is on.
Okay, now it works. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, fine. So the very brief information about Georgian power system. As you see from the slide, that main part of our installed capacity is water. We have one small wind power plant, which is our first project in this field, and we have about 1,000 megawatts of run-of-river power plants. But in general, this is not enough. We understand in order, firstly, to meet our target, which we are planning to set in the nearest future. At the same time, we understand that the future is in renewable energy sources. But if we take the generation portfolio of Georgia for last 3 years, so I did not take 2021 because it's not the year is not over yet. So you see that the main part, more than 70% of our power is generated from hydro resources, but this has its own negative side because in winter the hydro resources is critically reduced, and in summer they are increased again critically. That's why we have another set of challenges, how to combine these specifics of our system. And that's why we're looking to the potential of Georgia in renewables. And if we take the study, which was made by several experts and by system operator, we have about 550 megawatts of potential of solar. We have additional 2,000 megawatts of potential in water. And we have more than 1,300 megawatts of potential of wind. But the process which is carrying on the integration of wind and support of renewable energy is not understands the one door or one window system. And firstly, the memorandum is signed with the government of Georgia and other state companies, where we assume the responsibility toward investor. About 100 memorandums are signed. Then, based on this memorandum, ESCO, my company, is buying this, signing the power purchase agreement. 61 power purchase agreements are signed about this currently, and about 40 projects are implemented and they are commissioned currently. And we are buying this energy at the fixed price, but with new market model, which is going to be implemented in Georgia next year. We will have a different structure of power trade. We will have the power exchange, which will deal with day ahead and intraday market, and this company is established already. Our system operator will be certified as transmission system operator as it's required by European countries, and current system operator Georgia State Electric System will carry on this responsibility. But the role of ESCO, which is the current market operator, which is trading the balancing energy. In general, this balancing energy is the difference between contracted and factual volumes, and the settlement period is 1 month, will be transferred into wholesale public service organization, which will carry on all public services, including support to the producers which are under support mechanism. And what are these? There are many functions of this, but I will specify on the renewable and support mechanism. First is that we will continue with our liabilities to PPA producers, and we will buy their power. We'll trade this only at organized market. We will not be allowed to enter into bilateral relations with buyers. And at the same time, we will assume imbalance responsibilities of these power plants. We will not be only formal BRP of these companies, but we will pay for their imbalances as well. Another issue will be that financial settlement with PPA producers. If some of them will decide to go individually to power exchange. When I say that PPA producer, I mean that I would better use the former PPA producers. When they accept the offer from the state to transfer their PPA agreement into a CFD contract. So we will be administrators of the financial settlement mechanism for them. And of course, other support mechanism, which is currently present as support mechanism, but but power plants are not built yet under this support mechanism, is a feed-in premium. Once these power plants are constructed and commissioned, we will be administrators of their financial support mechanism. Here, on this slide, I am trying to explain schematically how the WPSO will carry on. As you see, the some part will be only financial mechanism. like here, that we will make a CFD with universal service supplier, which will trade power only at organized market. Power plants under the public service obligation, there will be also trade at organized market, and rest producers who are not PPA producers, they will also trade power at power exchange and will have a CFD contract or other support mechanism with them. Here we have a physical power trade part of our activity. One of them is power consumed by Abkhazia. This territory is occupied by Russia, and the power consumed in there will be bought at organized markets by ESCO. And another part of our market activities will be the trade of the power which are produced by PPA producers. I have to admit that some of PPAs are for 12 months, some of PPAs are for 8 months, and some of them are for 6 months. So the mandatory trade of PPA producers through WPSO will be only during the PPA period. The rest of the year, we are not obliged to offer their power to power exchange and assume their imbalance responsibilities. And in order to carry on all these activities, the special WPSO fund will be created where money from CFDs, the positive difference from CFDs, and also all money which or financial resources which will be received from power market as a result of offering the PPA power to the GenX power exchange will be accumulated there, and all expenses which arise carrying on WPSO activities will be paid from this special fund. And ESCO will be the administrator of this fund. Here I just explained how it works. You see that how the power is flowing to and how the money is flowing to. So the blue is power and red is money. And here in support scheme, currently there is one document ordered by the government, which is telling that if power plant under FIP mechanism will trade at the power exchange, they will get the difference between 5.5 or 55 USD and the market price, but no more than 15 USD for megawatt hour. It's just like a fixed cap. We have a cap, and also at the same time we are limited on compensation amount as well. So all these I described, of course, has its challenges. So don't consider that these are some kind of negative list. It's just realized targets and challenges we have. And one of our main challenges is to integrate resources in the organized market. In the past, probably it was not so critical because we didn't have this hourly trade, but currently is important. And we would like that all renewable energy sources trade at the market, and role of WPSO will be just a financial support mechanism administration. Also, we are thinking into changing the PPA into individual CFD contracts, because currently ESCO is playing the role of consolidator and offering this power as a one in bulk to the power exchange. But probably the individual integration and individual entrance of these power plants to the market will increase the competition and will be positively influence the market development in Georgia. And talking about the transformation of PPAs, one of the biggest challenges is the imbalance responsibility, because many of the, almost not many, but all of PPAs were signed in the past where Georgia did not have the clear model of power market development. That's why the imbalance responsibility is one of the biggest challenges which we have. As I mentioned before, during the PPA period, all imbalances will be compensated by WPS organization, but we think that gradually this responsibility should move to producers, since it will improve significantly the forecasting and planning and market behavior discipline. Also, as if you remember my first slide, there was mentioned that they go to and sign a memorandum with the government, they will sign PPA, and then we start to pay. But the auctioning instrument is very important in order to select those producers which are going to be under the support, and government is thinking about this issue. And once the auction is finished and the power plant is constructed, then we will start the implementation of support mechanism. The challenge which we have is to meet the target. This target is not set yet, and experts are working currently in order to set the realistic plan for Georgia, because it understands not only power generation, I mean that not the share of renewables, not only in the power generation, but also energy efficiency, issues in transport and other fields of Georgian economy. That's why it's quite important document. We adopted law on energy efficiency, we adopted law on renewable energy integration, and all these regulations require quite accurate and thought targets to be set. But talking about integration of new generation capacities, we are not thinking only about the substitution of existing non-renewable generation fleet. We have only gas-firing power plants. We don't have coal, but we also need to meet the growing domestic demand. The representative, the member of commission mentioned this in the first part of the conference. That our consumption is increasing. That's why we want to meet our internal demand to secure our supply, but at the same time we want to do it in a green way. So regional integration is another challenge which we have after the collapse of Soviet Union. All the South Caucasus Republic power system were disintegrated. It was a big challenge, a big problem, because it was created as a part of one big system. That's why some of thermal power plants were concentrated in one country, the nuclear in another, and peaking hydro reservoir power plants were concentrated in Georgia. And now this issue should be restored again. I don't think that I'm talking about restoration of Soviet Union, never. It should never repeat, but I'm talking about the links between the power system should be more active. And of course, last 30 years of our independence, we are looking to the cooperation with Turkish power system. We have to admit that very important Turkish investments were made in our power generation sector. and we have a constructed new interconnection line with them, which opens the opportunities to cooperate better with neighboring countries, especially once we have an hourly trade a mechanism implemented. It will be more. It will give more advantages to to Georgian and neighboring power system using the specifics of each power systems and meet the demands of them correspondingly. And one of the biggest challenge, it is last in the list, but I should start with this one. That the increase of public awareness. So people should understand that investments in renewable energy sources, it is a step forward to the new power system, to more developed one, to more integrated and more environmental friendly. And this is also quite important while we're thinking about and talking about the development of our sector. That's all for the moment, and I would like to finish with this slide. It's a drawing of my daughter. She is 6 now. She's 7, but when she drew it, she was 6. And actually, it could be a good example how the new generation is looking forward. So they see the future in the renewables. And in one of the moments of our life, we think that it's quite tough job to integrate more green energy into the market, into the system. We just can support ourselves by thinking that we are doing this for our future, for our children. Thank you very much. This was what I tried to tell you for the moment. If any questions, I'm ready.
Thank you, Mikhail. I'm happy to see that my drawing abilities are like your daughter's. So I was really happy to hear that you talked about challenges, but not in a negative way, because challenges can be turned into opportunities, and that's real. And also that you mentioned public awareness, because sometimes we forget the energy transition is not only about renewables, but it's also about changing people's mindset, and we need to do that. I have a question for you right now, but then if you can stay with us, we will also ask the audience. You said that one of the challenges for Georgia is to meet a target that has not yet been defined. And what do you think it's a realistic target in your opinion?
For me, it's very difficult to say this because ESCO is not in charge of setting this target. That's why probably we are quite, the list of challenges for ESCO could be considered as a list of positive challenges. So when after me will talk the system operator representative, so this list for them is a negative challenges and negative and problematic list of problems. So, but probably I will not name any number in order to not to lie to the audience.
Okay, okay, thank you so much. So now we move to the next speaker. We still talk about Georgia, and we move to Georgi, and this is the most difficult name of today. It's Contactează. I hope I said it right. From the Transmission System Planning Service of the Georgian State Electric System. Georgi, are you with us?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, if you.
Hello,
okay.
hi,
Yes.
hi, welcome. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for the invitation, for giving the possibility to share our information, our experience and situation regarding electricity power system field of Georgia. Actually, my presentation is not very long. I will start from this slide, if you can see. Here we can see the current transmission network electricity power system of Georgia, as well as all of the planned projects which are included in 10-year network development plan of Georgia. So we are, as you know, we are preparing this 10-year network development plan document on an annual basis, starting from the first months of each year, and by the end of the year, Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development is approving, after all of the consultations and internal and external reviewing of the documents, and it goes to the public, and it goes to upload it in our website. So this is one of the major part of our T1DP transmission network map, and also all the projects of transmission infrastructure existing and also planned projects. Goals of which are main goals are increase of security of supply of transmission system of Georgia, also for sure integration of new generation sources, from which the biggest share comes from the renewable energy sources, hydros, wind, also solar power plants. And so on, and also for sure our system needs to let's say reinforce, strengthen cross-border exchange potentials with neighboring countries, and not only neighbors now, because we are also planning in a 10-year perspective to construct Black Sea undersea submarine cable connecting Georgia with Romania. So this project is only at the feasibility stage, so we'll see in the next years how this project will, let's say, go in progress. And so this project is also, besides connection with NG community countries, this project also gives a huge possibility to let's say reclaimate and use all of the potential so coming from regeneration, and transfer this energy, this capacity to in other countries located in the Europe, in the ENSOI countries. So in the next slide we can see here the main transmission as well as the distribution infrastructure through the voltage levels. The estimate the approximate total line lengths, main of which transmission level is under ownership of GSE, and the distribution also the bigger part coming from the BSOs. I mean 110 and 35 kV level. And I would say the biggest goals, biggest directions where we could and where we want to go in the future, the biggest let's say missions. These are the maximization of REST integration in Georgian power system. Also, in parallel of this, the security of supply, which is the absolutely number one goal in our development, not only development but in current situation. Also, in parallel of security of supply, we need to have independent power system in terms of energy. And as I already mentioned, also we need to utilize in parallel of reclamation energy generation sources. We need to utilize so the transit and not only transit but exchange potentials of energy with neighboring countries. This slide presents at the left side the current situation, share of generation by the generation types, the total numbers. The current situation is about the total installed capacity of Georgian power system is about 4.5 gigawatts, and in the near 10 years, according to our T1DP, these numbers, this total number as well as their shares are going to increase very sharply, I would say. In particular, this increases you can see at the very right side in the green numbers. So the couple of words besides these numbers, I should say that mainly today about 75% of total installed capacity of Georgian power system, I mean the generation one, is covered by the hydros, as my previous speaker Mikhail said. And this perspective probably will go, will remain the same in the near time because we had a huge potential in parallel of wind, of solar, of course. We had a huge potential in development of hydropower, and these numbers are saying everything this, that we will have a huge increase, so vastly increased the numbers of hydros, wind, solar, and so on. And also for the guaranteed power, when we will have the lack of hydro resources, maybe we will have, also in parallel of this, we will have the lack of generation from renewables, solar and wind. We need to have some guaranteed power and to cover specific demands, and this role is played by the thermal powers mainly. This will be the combined cycle, some modern thermal power plants. Here we can see that wind potential, as regards to wind potential, the main potential and the main perspectives of wind development is located in the middle of the system. And this is the reason of interest that almost all of the projects of wind energy, and in the next slide I will show you that solar as well, the situation is the same. All of these projects of renewable energy comes from the middle side of the power system. So this is a potential of solar energy. As you can see, in the middle of the power system of Georgia is does have a higher potential than the other parts of the course. And here, let's speak about the concrete numbers regarding the concrete specific projects by the region of the power system. As you can see, the central part of the power system have the bigger projects with higher capacities. So totally, we are speaking about 500 megawatts of renewable energies, and this 500 is distributed among the regions of the Georgia for wind and as well as for solar. So wind is comparably higher compared to the solar. However, this situations we are in annual basis we are reviewing these projects. We have the negotiations with the respective participants and respective stakeholders, and these numbers are updated on the annual basis, and the situation may be reviewing and changed in the near future. As regards to the renewable integration, we should note also that in terms of system stability, we need enough level of the power system reserves in order to balance their population, which is maybe in not on a daily basis only, but maybe this fluctuation can be in an hourly basis. So in order to balance their fluctuation, for sure, in our power system, we need some system reserves, which can come from the storage power plants, so storage HP, as well as in the future we are reviewing to, let's say, we are considering to maybe introduce energy storages in our power system. And in a couple of words regarding this, I will told you in next. So these are the which we have the project with the support of European Investment Bank regarding the energy storage technologies. This project is at the feasibility stage. So in terms of this consultation project, the following tasks will be done and performed, which will be start from the analysis of energy storage technologies, their comparison, hydrogen pump storage rate, which is battery storages, and followed by definition of necessary capacities, and as well as the definition of the locations, optimal locations where this technology can be used and installed. Also, the technical analysis will be done, and environmental assessment also will be implemented. And based on this, short, medium, and long-term energy storage technologies and their utilization will be also assessed. So based on the project, Georgia will have the action plan of the energy storage technologies in Georgian transmission grid, and we hope that utilization, reclamation of these technologies and in our power system will have the very notably positive effect in terms of the increasing of power system stability of Georgia, also giving the possibility to have them in more integration of winds and solars and so on, and other types of power. Here we can see that the main projects from 10-year development part of Georgia, interconnection projects at the left side and the right side, internal projects. All of these projects are, let's say, will support integration of the renewable energy sources, as well as they will support to strengthen Georgian power system stability, and also interconnection part of these projects, which are left side, will increase the energy exchange possibilities among the Georgia and its neighboring countries, which is also a very crucial goal of our. And I think it's very one of the latest slides. Here we can see the transmission map with all of the projects, and the estimate numbers by which this project will support of integration of renewable energy sources. I mean, these are the hydros, wind and solar energy. So if we can talk in total numbers, this number exceeds about 3 gigawatts of generation. So nowadays, as I have already mentioned, we have about 4.5 gigawatts of installed capacity of generation, and a huge part, huge share will be, let's say, added to this existing generation by the realization of transmission infrastructure, and followed by integration and the construction of these renewable energy sources. I think it was all from my side. Thank you for your attention, and if you have any questions, I'm ready to.
Thank you, Georgi, for your presentation. Finally, we have mentioned energy storage, which is also one of the topic of this panel. And you said one of the project is this analysis for integration of the existing technologies. And I think we can all agree that the question is not whether we have the technologies, because we do have, but how fast we can deploy these technologies to have larger projects. If you can answer on that, what's your opinion?
So question is regarding the how much
the pace of technologies development.
So as I am in charge of this project, so I'm very close in charge of this project. So the information is about I think we are in GSC, we are have this consultations with the EIB. It's about maybe 400 or 500 of megawatts of energy storages, but let's say the first point will be besides the selection of the technologies, So it's very important to select the correct location. And I think this project is at the very beginning phase. It's already in several months, so maybe 2 or 3 months that this project has started, and let's see what will be the results and the outputs of in terms of also technologies and capacities of and locations. In any case, I would say reclamation, utilization of this technology in the Georgian poverty will have a huge positive influence in terms of integration of renewables also, and increasing and strengthening the power system stability of Georgia.
Thank you, Georgi. Now, the next speaker you have on your list, which is David Managadze from the EBRD, couldn't join us today. So we are moving to Adrian Paraschiv, who is the country manager for Romania, the solar inverter company Photomate. Thank you, Adrian, for joining us. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Claudia, for having me. It's very nice to be here today with so many people, so many specialists in the energy industry. It's a great honor for me to be here. And also I would like to thank you to Invest in Network for this opportunity in order to talk about renewable energy and energy storage systems, which the current technology has developed enough in order to provide a sustainability in supplying the renewable energy to our houses and our businesses. Right now, I want you to know that we are looking at very challenging times, not only through the COVID situation, which is adding more to the whole system, but through the energy production that we are facing. We are facing an increased request for energy from all over the country, all over Romania, and we'll have to acknowledge that not only requesting energy, but how we are producing the energy and how we are consuming this energy is very, very important for all of us. If you are looking around us, everything that we see is somehow connected to energy. Either is the production of goods, either is the lighting systems from our houses and our businesses, or even the food production and storage is somehow connected to energy. So again, we have to be very, very careful how we produce the energy and how we are using that energy. As you see, until now, since the industrial era, when we started to use energy produced from the fossil fuels, right now we are discussing about producing green energy, renewable energy, in order to decrease the gas effects that is on our environment. So renewable energy, and specifically the solar energy, it is essential for decarbonation and society transformations in the next years to come. Getting to a zero or near zero carbon energy system is essential for our future. It is the goal, as the European Union already committed a Green Deal plan in order to be carbon neutral until 2050. It is a very challenging goal. It is a very interesting goal. But in the same time, if we're looking on what we did until 2019, and which the goal was 20% of the energy used in European Union to be 20%, and that was only 0.3% less. So actual numbers in European Union in 2019 for renewable energy was 19.7% of the energy was renewable energy, which encouraged me to think that the goal for 2050 not to be so far-fetched. Right now, the European Commission, through European Green Deal, says that from the energy production, more than 75% of the energy actually produced in the European Union is the greenhouse gases effect. So we will have to decrease that percentage. And how do it? Of course, through renewable energy. And also, European Union, stated that to 2030, the actual gas emissions to be less than 55%. So we are seeing a goal for the next 20 years that on which each country within European Union will have to work to achieve it. Romania is done her part because at the end of last year, 20% of the actual energy produced in Romania was from renewable energy. Okay, we are a somehow fortunate country because we have a very good, nice hydrographic basin from which are producing energy from water. Also, very good position for the windmill farms, and again, for the photovoltaic system, for the solar energy, we are starting to see an increased interest, not only from the house owners, but also from the industry, from the business owners who want to cut their expenses with the energy and actually produce their own energy. So basically, this is the framework on which Romania energy sector will have to build for the future. Right now, Photomate as a company, as a VIP for Huawei, is providing the technical solution, the solar inverters for the PV systems in central and central countries of Europe and eastern countries, although of course throughout from the Czech Republic, west to Ukraine, Russia, Georgia, Romania, Bulgaria, and northern countries. We are providing all the support that our customers are needing, pre-sales and post-sales, of course, technical and logistical in these countries. And as I said, we see an increased interest from all around the markets that we are active in solar energy. And for the last year, for example, Poland was the top market for us, where we have delivered more than 600 megawatt of inverters to the market, following by Ukraine and Estonia, which is very interesting because Estonia is not a very large country, but okay, Estonia, Lithuania, and Lithuania, being a trio which usually moves together, proved to have very, very interesting beliefs in renewable energy. The renewable photovoltaic systems are not only designed for rooftops or for house owners, but also for large-scale utility plants. And this is where Romania has a lot of room to improve, a lot of room to invest, not only by actually installing the PV systems for energy producing, but for decarbonation of the energy sector. In Romania, until several years ago, Romania was very dependent on the coal production of energy, which slowly starts to decrease. But still, we have a lot of opportunities in order, for example, to use the lands on which in the past the coal was supplied from, to use it for green energy production. We here have some examples on how other countries, especially in this example, we have Kazakhstan with a 40 megawatt PV systems being installed, which is very, very nice. Hopefully you'll see something like this in Romania. And I know that we'll see, because right now we are in discussion more than 1 gigawatt of photovoltaic systems to be installed throughout Romania, which at this moment we are discussing the technical part. And of course, since actually yesterday we received a very good piece of news, Romanian Resilience Plan was approved by European Union, which makes around 30 billion euro in the next 7 years to enter Romanian economy. And from this 30 billion, 1.6 billion will be for energy sector. And I hope to see many, many projects for renewable energy, for photovoltaic energy, come to our market. as we see in the past 2 years, photovoltaic systems or renewable energy systems were very, very looked to by homeowners through a Green Deal, through Casa Verde program, a local program that encouraged the installation of residential systems. And from the 26,000, almost 26,000 requests for these programs, around 12,500 were approved. So from my point of view, it was a successful program that I hope somehow it will be repeated in the next years, because right now only 12,000, almost 12,500 systems being approved. It's a very, very small part of Romanian homeowners, energy users at our homes. So I hope it in the next years this program will be reiterated. It will be again used in order to supply more and more energy, green energy, to our homes. And of course, it is a question of how to use the green energy production, because let me share with you a slide a little bit forward. It's a little bit of a paradigm between the actual energy production through photovoltaic systems and the energy used from our home, our businesses. And as you can see with the blue is the actual energy production curve of a PV system. It's either consumption of the energy, and with the orange is the actual energy production of a PV systems. The two curves don't match. And the question is, what we're gonna do with the energy that is produced outside the hours that we are using our energy in our homes and our businesses? And one answer would be, one answer will be the energy storage systems. And if several years ago we have talked about a technology that was occupying a large volume in our houses, right now we are talking the technology that is only 1 meter high by 20 centimeter wide. So very, very small place that can offer up to 30 kilowatt hour of energy to our homes. What is 30 kilowatt hour means? Let me share with you this piece of information. In Romania, an average house is using around 5 to 10 kilowatt hour per day, which make these systems supplying the energy for our house for at least 1 day or even more. So we can produce the energy during the day, using in the morning or in the afternoon, in the night when you need it. And also we see a more and more increased interest in e-mobility, in electric charging vehicles. Why not use the actual energy that we produce in our homes to supply for our cars? And this e-mobility is translating, of course, into increased interest to electrical cars. And since we have the means to store the energy, of course, we're going to have the means to supply it to our cars, which makes it for the homeowners that install the PV systems twice as beneficial. And of course, not only the homeowners are looking at some energy storage, but the business owners, especially the business that are consuming more and more energy throughout the day, 24 hours. It is very easy to design a PV system, a photovoltaic system, that to a business that are using the energy from 8 in the morning up to 4 or 5 p.m. The actual consumption curve will be the same as the production curve. But what will happen to the business that is running 24 hours a day? For example, a refrigerator system for the food distribution. That business will not be able to only to supply the energy from the photovoltaic systems. They will have to buy the energy from the grid, or they can produce their own energy and store it. This is one option. But again, an energy storage device is not only to store energy and supply it on demand, also can be a backup for when the grid fails, also can be a diesel generator hybridization in order every office building here, at least in București, has a diesel generator in order to supply the energy to the building when the grid fails. And this is automatically starts in a few seconds after the grid is disconnected. But this kind of generators, first of all, they're producing a lot of pollution, a lot of CO2, a lot of dust, microparticles. So why not use a hybridization between an energy storage system that can control the diesel generator in order to reduce pollution and to extend the life of the diesel generator. Also, why not use an energy storage system in order to supply power on demand? You know, when we have a business that is using a lot of power for the machines in order to produce some kind of components, it is happening that the request of the energy at some point in time during the day to be higher than the nominal request of energy. And right then, either the business is buying the energy from the grid at the increased cost, or can use such a solution in order to supply a peak power boost on a certain period of time. This kind of systems can be integrated with any energy supplier. So either can buy the energy from the grid at low cost and use it when it's at a higher cost, or buy it or produce it from our own photovoltaic system, store it for a later use. The function, the power management function of such system is critical for each business owner, for each energy producing company that want to either make some kind of load shifting, okay, moving power requests from one part to another part, or even energy trading. Why not? Buying energy when it's low, selling it when it's high, grid stabilization. It is backup. It is a number of functions that can be done through these systems. Also can be as a isolated grid power supplier. In Romania has a lot of small villages throughout the mountains or to the Danube Delta that are not connected to the grid. They don't have electricity. The homeowners in that area either don't have electricity at all, or they're using some kind of fossil fuel generator in order to supply the electricity to their appliances. Through such a systems, a microgrid can be created locally in order to supply the energy not only to one house, but to several houses. So we not have to wait for the grid operators to extend their distribution network to that region. We can create a local network for energy producing and storage for some of the more isolated villages in Romania. The part of the technology that can offer us this kind of benefits is very integrated, but it can be tailored to whatever business we are discussing, because there are some requests for for low voltage connections. There are other requests for medium voltage connections. So this kind of products can be tailor-made to one customer request in order to fit his requests better. Right now, we see, as I told you, there's increased interest from the house owners part, from 5 kilowatt-hour storage systems up to few hundred kilowatt-hour of storage system. And in the near future, we're gonna see even higher capacity products being released to the market. Why? Because first of all, right now, with this all increased interest or request for energy in local market, we're gonna have somehow to stabilize the grid. You cannot have an infinite quantity of energy on your disposal, but nowhere to supply it. When this is happening, usually someone has to cut the production of energy in order to stabilize the grid. But with a energy storage system, you'll not have to actually lose energy production. You can store it for later usage. As I said, either sell it for energy trading or actually use it in your own business. It is this kind of system usually are integrated with whatever technology that is using a 400 volts 3-phase energy supplying system. And of course, we can tailor-made to the customer request regarding connection and power supplying to his as on his request. Right now, the system is very modular, very robust, multifunctional. So we'll supply it to we are supplying it throughout Europe on several projects. Actually, not only to Europe or even to United Emirates. Actually, a photovoltaic energy storage system of 200 kilowatt hour was supplied last month to United Emirates in order to be used as a backup system for a petrol field extraction system. So it has multiple usage. So this was my presentation. Thank you very much for seeing it. And if you have questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Thank you, Adrian. It was good to see also other usages of energy storage and of solar energy. I know that we are going to have a dedicated session actually about hydrogen later, but I would like to know very briefly, are you dealing with hydrogen as well?
We are dealing with hydrogen, but somehow in a synergy with the hydrogen.
Solar and hydrogen.
Yeah, exactly. The hydrogen needs a lot of power to be produced. So either you buy the power from the energy grid, or it can be locally produced, the power system, through a PV systems, in order to actually create green hydrogen. So a PV system, a large capacity PV system, can supply enough power to a hydrogen production facility for a 24 hours production, together with a storage system, of course, since the photovoltaic system is only working during the 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. in the afternoon. So yes, we are dealing, if you want to say dealing, with the hydrogen's production.
Okay, thank you, Adrian. Now we move to the last speaker of this session, Dr. Romana Savickas, Senior Advisor at UNEP DTU Partnership at the Copenhagen Center of Energy Efficiency. Welcome, Romanas. Can you hear us?
Yes, hello. Hi, everyone.
Okay, perfect. So the floor is yours.
Okay, I will share my slides. Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I see that today we have very interesting conference and very important and case sensitive topics. And what I want to focus today about solar thermal storage integration, and also that we have to bring integrated energy system concept to the overall understanding, to integrate all electricity, thermal energy, hydrogen, wind, thermal energy into one system to get the most of benefit. Yeah, so mainly I will focus on solar thermal energy in Black Sea region context. I will talk about collecting solar thermal storage, data and case studies, and potential identify solar thermal integration into the district heating systems, some real cases from Balkan countries, and of course heat pumps integration in combination with solar thermal to get most of benefit of it. As you see, map, solar thermal map, and I'm working from Copenhagen, from Denmark, and we have hundreds of projects with solar thermal energy. And it's a very popular technology. And as you see, in Denmark, we have less sun. And if it's possible in Balkan countries, in projects I developed, so it's also possible to have in Black Sea region. I did some calculations for Ukraine, and what we can see from the map that even Turkey, they have even higher potential for solar thermal utilization. Yeah, the same for Georgia. You see that sun is quite intensive, so potential is quite good. Integrated energy system is a concept when we can bring in solar thermal and diversify fuel and balance electricity grid. What I heard from the discussion previously, that somehow we produce energy per one period of day, and we have consumption mainly during another period of day. We have to work on load shifting. So integrated energy system is a very good, well-known concept of systems. When we can bring, for example, solar thermal, we can bring wind, we can utilize heat pumps. Also for peak loads, we can have gas boilers or biomass boilers. And this allows to most benefits from all the systems. For example, in Denmark, we have plenty of windmills. And sometimes when it's too much wind and too much electricity, so we cannot sell it to Sweden, because Sweden also we have too much electricity if the wind is the same, very high at the moment. So we, by the help of these integrated systems, heat thermal storage tanks in district heating company in Copenhagen. So when we have surplus of electricity, we heat with short-term thermal storage tanks. And after, we can supply this thermal energy to the consumers, final energy consumers to the buildings. This is only one of case of integrated energy systems. What is thermal storage for district heating? I will give some technical information, but I would like to focus more on strategical development part and policy and strategy part for this. The main technologies that we can have seasonal heat storage for different purposes, and for district heating system, seasonal heat storage, that means when we store more than a week, and usually with PTS storage, thermal storage facilities, we collect energy during spring, summertime, and fall, and after we can utilize this energy during winter time. So they are quite big, but we can utilize this during all year. Also, it's suitable for electricity grid balancing. When you have too much electricity, you can straight increase temperature and put electricity surplus to storage tanks. You can see different types. It can be thermal energy storage tank. It can be smaller, like pit thermal storage. It's like soccer, football area can be much bigger for seasonal storage, borehole thermal energy storage underground, or occupied thermal energy storage. Different technologies are possible, and pit thermal storage and tank thermal storage are most popular. what can be implemented in Black Sea region in these countries, including Romania, Ukraine, Georgia, Turkey, all this region. Hot water tank can be used as technology for shorter thermal storage. We have some limitations. We have projects up to 12,000 cubic meters, but we have some size limitations that they can store energy up to 120 degrees. So this is very good when we have surplus of solar energy during summertime. So we can increase this temperature more than 100 degrees. It does not bring, from architecture point of view, visual noise. It can be integrated very well into the landscape and looks actually very, very good. Short-term storage tanks, also it can be even underground. Yeah, so they are also very popular. The installation price is a little bit higher comparing to long-term storage, but for short-term, for peak shaving, what, for example, we can use an electricity surplus, different energy sources. So they are very well-proven technology to utilize this. As I mentioned, long-term storage, this looks like this in reality. You can make a underground storage up to 15 meters depth to store all this energy underground for all year around. Yeah, different implementation case studies. One important thing is that life cycle can be up to 70 years. So when you calculate investment and capex, opex, it becomes very, very attractive, because most of technologies we have life cycle for 10, 15, 20 years. So when you put this front cost investment capex laid out per 70 years, it became very low rate for the final energy consumer. The main disadvantage that we need a little bit more area, land area for this kind of projects. And you see real cases how it looks in real projects in reality. Of course, we can have borehole thermal energy storage. We can use this. It operates on a little bit lower temperature, but applying low temperature district heating concept for new constructed buildings in this region, it's possible when you supply to buildings not 90 degrees temperature, 100 degree temperature to your radiator, but if you can apply new modern heating and air conditioning ventilation systems, you can supply even low temperature, 20, 30 degrees, or even increase by heat pumps a little bit this temperature. So it's also possible and used, but a little bit less popular because of front cost investment, borehole thermal storage principles. Plenty of projects implemented in different countries. Aquified thermal storage. Main heat sources can be waste incineration plants, waste energy sources, CHP, cogeneration plants, excess heat energy sources, geothermal, industrial data centers. We have projects to utilize waste energy from data centers. When waste energy from data centers, we heat directly buildings, or for example, some cases, swimming pool at the school, different kind of application examples. And if we have waste energy from industry and the temperature is more than 90 degrees Celsius or 100 or even higher, so then we can store this energy, or at the same time, during summertime, we can install absorption chillers and convert this thermal energy to distinct cooling energy to cool down buildings. If you will track, for example, Turkey, really we need distinct cooling also. So this is how, by the help of solar thermal, we can collect directly solar thermal from the sun, and by the help of heat absorption heat pumps, we can convert the heat energy to the cooling energy. Some practical cases from Belgrade city. You can see solar thermal potential. Biomass is 63%, solar thermal 14%, wind 4.5%. And actually, these updated numbers became bigger and bigger, and solar thermal potential in Serbia increases. And we are going to switch from the coal to biomass and renewable energy resources. For example, EBRD is very active in this region, and they're supporting different projects, and we're collaborating together. Real case that we found location. Cerok is located in Belgrade municipality city. Quite big district. We have climate data for Belgrade, how much energy we can get from this. We have technical data, what is capacity of this power plant, and how much solar thermal energy we can utilize and to put straight to the building consumers. Yeah, here you can find heat demand. What is heat demand for consumers, and average heat demand and share from renewable energy. Okay, next slide.
Romanos, can you still hear us?
Yeah. Oh.
Okay, now I see.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you hear this now? Yeah.
Sorry, did you finish? Because I saw the last slide.
No, just a couple of minutes.
Okay,
and I will
it
finish.
was.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure.
Computer was frozen for a few seconds. Yeah. Here you see the energy demand. What is real energy demand during winter time, January, February, March, and solar thermal production. So I developed projects for solar thermal, and one of potential cases that during you produce a certain amount of energy, which can be directly 100% utilized in the district heating network for hot water preparation and for our needs. Of course, you need some land area. We found how much we need for the solar thermal collectors, how much land we need for this. CapEx was about 2 million euros, so that's not a lot. OpEx makes 14,000 euros per year, and what is very important that for solar thermal project, this OpEx stays the same, and inflation does not make impact, and the payback is less than 10 years, even with 3% interest, and internal rate of return usually makes 8 or less percent. So financially, it's very attractive. And if you will put the heat pumps in combination with solar thermal energy, you can find that orange is how much energy we can get from sun. Blue is how much energy we can utilize by solar collectors directly. And one of the scenarios is to produce energy and utilize 100% energy during summertime to cover summertime peaks, and then to get a little bit less energy in September, October, November. Or we can install bigger solar collectors and we can store part of this energy, surplus energy during summertime. We can store in seasonal thermal storage tanks. And for example, when the temperature drops down in this, and we take all energy from these thermal storage pits, then we can install heat pumps and utilize heat pumps to boost the temperature to the necessary temperature level, what is necessary for final energy consumers in your buildings. And usually net present value is quite good. Yeah, so what I want to mention that we have to focus on integrated energy systems, and I work with different technologies, low carbon technologies, energy efficiency projects in different regions, UNEC region, Eastern Europe, Asia, Balkan countries, Black Sea region also is under my interest area, and we help emerging economies. We provide technical assistance, capacity building, how to increase energy efficiency. So by the help of solar thermal, we can balance and electricity grid, we can give district heating, even we can give distinct cooling for the countries which need distinct cooling. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Romanos, for your insightful presentations. Unfortunately, we're running out of time, so we have to be very fast. And we have actually received one question online, and if Mikhail, Georgi, are you here? I don't know if they are online anymore or not. Adrian, maybe you can answer also this question.
Yes.
Okay, yes, there are people here. Okay, very briefly, you have like 20 seconds probably. So the question is about the fact that both representatives from Romania and Georgia have presented the same issues when it comes to the fact that there is a higher demand than energy production, actually. So the question is that probably it should be better to install more capacity locally and then to address import and export challenges. So what role 1 gigawatt subsea cable can play connecting Romania to Georgia and the other way around? Yeah, it's maybe a long answer, but if you can keep it brief. I don't know, Mikhail, Georgi, if you want to answer that. I heard you before, okay.
Please unmute.
The question is not to me, but to Georgi Vahtankadze, because I am not the technical operator. The project is of GSE, so I'm not working in GSE last 2 years, so probably I cannot update you properly, but maybe Georgi can answer this question about the undersea cable.
And is Georgi here? Because I don't see him.
I see him, he is online, but he's mute. I can call him now if you want.
This is the beauty of doing things hybrid, right? More challenging.
Yes, I'm listening, sorry.
Okay, you're here.
Yeah.
Did you hear the question?
No, unfortunately. Sorry.
Okay.
Can you repeat?
Okay, so very fast. What's the role of 1 gigawatt subsea cable connecting Romania and Georgia, considering that they are having the same issues with higher demand and less production?
So the question is regarding the capacity.
Yes.
Of interconnection in the future. As it is now in the current stage, the feasibility is considering about roughly 1,000 megawatt connection. It's considered two links, these links, so each one is for 500 megawatts, sorry, and totally it's considered as 1,000 gigawatts.
That was brief. Okay, great.
Yes.
Exactly what we wanted.
Another probably possibility of this could be that we will have a direct access to the European market.
Yes.
Which is yes, and as we know that the Balkans countries are integrating more and more and creating one bidding zones. Probably it will be quite a good opportunity for Georgia to use its hydro potential and peaking potential and so on.
Yes,
we have
and
one of the biggest power plants in the Caucasus, Nguri, which could be, for example, play some kind of.
If I may add a couple of words. So in this process, which is a project, as I mentioned, is at the feasibility stage. Besides the Georgia and the Romanian side, I mean GSE and Transelectrica, TSOs, also Caucasus countries are also participating. I mean Armenia, Azerbaijan. And the project will probably define the possible benefits of all countries, and this country will actively participating in this process of studying. I mean.
Okay, thank you.
So not only the benefits on two countries, logically it's benefits from several countries because they can also have a transit through Georgia to Romania. So it will be multi-beneficial.
Yeah, thank you, Georgi. Thank you, everybody, to all the speakers that participated. There is a lot to do for the region to meet their targets, but we heard a lot of interesting projects, so we look at the future with hope. So thank you very much again. And now we are going to start another break, so let's reconnect here in half an hour. In 20 minutes, sorry, they say 20 minutes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the third session of this event. We will be talking today with very interesting speakers about the on and offshore wind projects, updates and developments in the Black Sea. My name is Sorin Elisei. I'm the leader of the energy practice in Deloitte, Romania. And as an introductory remark, we all know about the potential of Black Sea in wind. Just to draw a parallel, we know about the potential of oil and gas in the Black Sea. In the actual plans of the developers, of the investors, I think we should all seek a clarity on the first project in Black Sea. When can we expect such a project, what it takes from these perspectives to actually implement and make the Black Sea a sort of a wind hub for Europe. I will start with Dr. Murat Durak, which I think he's the chairman of the Turkish Offshore Wind Energy Association, and I think he will tackle a very important theme. Can Black Sea region countries' offshore wind energy federation fasten the process?
Yes, dear Sarin, can you hear me?
Yes. Hello.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and for me it's great pleasure, great honor to be with you, and I'm sorry that I could not be in person there. Yes, I want to share my screen, my presentation. Yeah. I have been working in the wind power sector nearly 26.5 years. All my life, I spent for wind energy. I I did nothing, anything else, just wind from the first moment, wind and wind. So I have seen from the ground zero to 2021, this how wind grows, how wind became, wind pervade all around the world. But okay, mostly I worked on the onshore part, but 4 years ago I started to work in offshore part. And today I want to explain you, and I want to give you some, say, concrete steps. How can we fasten the Black Sea region counters offshore wind energy? And for the federation, maybe it works. Now, let me just briefly about our association. We are recently founded, and we try to bring marine and energy sector together, because offshore wind power is not only the energy production, but also marine. Very important part of marine. The vessels, the ports, very important ingredient of the offshore wind farm. So offshore wind farm is a little bit different than onshore. So that's why we try to set up, and we try to make people aware that offshore wind is a little bit different than onshore. So we concentrate only on offshore wind. And also I want to give you some offshore wind energy associations in Europe or in United States. These are usually separate organizations and concentrate directly offshore. That's I would like to just show you. Now, just one slide that, maybe most of them already know that World Offshore Wind Power Outlook till 2030. I can say that now offshore wind is booming. All the countries only explaining about onshore wind targets anymore. Not coal, of course, not natural gas, not onshore, not solar, not geothermal, but offshore. So that means nearly all the world in 2030 has a certain target, but in 2040, especially Europe and United States, they will get most of their electricity from offshore wind power. Now, for the time being, actually around 40 gigawatt capacity under operation. Most of them in United Kingdom, 10 gigawatt United Kingdom, 10 gigawatt China, and the rest in the European Union. But I may say that United States, Taiwan, Vietnam, they are also entering the business, and Australia also, and Brazil too. Now, when we look at European countries' outlook, United Kingdom included, so more than 100 gigawatt till 2030. United States nearly 40 gigawatt, China 100 gigawatt. So totally, world outlook totaling like nearly 300 gigawatt. However, this is very ambitious target. I can say that because not only the wind turbine, the production of wind turbine is quite tough, hard issue, but also vessels is a big issue, because for such kind of projects you need special vessels, special ships. So really it's very ambitious target. I hope we will reach this. And plus, when we look at the European countries, especially that in the North Sea area, Germany, United Kingdom, Poland, Norway, Denmark, and Holland and Belgium is sharing this part. They have a new concept they call energy island concept. As you may see, because of also the scale economies, some offshore wind farms, they are the electricity connection, grid connection is becoming, in the technical term, we call it a ring. In a different countries, not only one country. So different countries, and they are making their switchyard like an island switchyard. It's a huge switchyard, like 10 gigawatt capacity switchyard. It's a huge. So they are sharing all these costs. That means, and the energy net, Tenet, and Gazunin from Germany and Netherlands, and also from Denmark, these companies try to develop this project, these huge projects. And one other example, giant Danish Ørsted plans 5 gigawatt offshore wind farm energy Island. And The transmission will share between Denmark, Poland, Germany, and Sweden. 3 and 2 gigawatt, that means 5 gigawatt total offshore wind energy islands. Now, I just showed you that in Europe, something is happening about this offshore wind energy island. Now, why not we try to do in Black Sea Wind Power Hub, I called Black Sea Wind Power Hub, why not? You know, and also some of my colleagues, probably speaker also, Mrs. Katerina Klush from Ukrainian Wind Energy Association, she will also show, there's a huge potential in Black Sea area. Yeah, floating and fixed, so huge offshore wind power potential. So, if we say that, like Black Sea Wind Power Hub, this system integration, I mean the grid connection issue, technical feasibility, when I say technical feasibility, it means marine planning, marine traffic planning, I mean maritime spatial planning, and some other technical planning issue can be done together. And of course, when we do it all together, so cost and benefits, we will share the costs and benefits all together with these all countries, and plus regulatory and market design. Black Sea countries can execute regulatory and market design together from the one, say from the one association, maybe federation can help. Why Wind Power Hub in Black Sea? I just told that this economical scale will reduce the costs. For example, for the time being, 1 megawatt offshore wind farm nearly costing like 3 million euro. So when you compare with the other energy sources, it's quite high. But let's look at these offshore wind farms as a little bit strategical issue. Now the countries start to draw their boundaries from the sea, not from the shores, the inland shores, but from the sea. I mean, staff components and assembly workshop can be stationed together with those countries. And this also helps easing the logistical things. And Black Sea, for these Black Sea countries must come together. That's why we initiated with federation. Now I will show you. For example, this is just a figure I drew. Similar to European, can you see that? And these stars, offshore wind farms. So these offshore wind farms are connecting to each countries, as you may see. But in the Black Sea, planning such kind of offshore wind farms in gigawatt level, so we need to work together. That's 100% sure, because the maritime traffic is too high on the offshore, especially in Istanbul Bosphorus, you may know, and Dardanelles Bosphorus. So, the grid planning issue, some, of course, environmental impact issue, all has to be planned together. And for this, what we can do? Now we initiated as a Black Sea Countries Offshore Wind Energy Federation, as a BASOF that we called. This, of course, will be a regional federation, just a couple of countries who has a cost to the Black Sea. And we have to find the fields of cooperation, but this cooperation has to mutually benefit to each country, all country. And of course, we need to create, in terms of investments, because of these are huge investments, so favorable conditions for the investment and implementation. And to check, to see the progress, and also this progress should be both in the national level and the regional level. Yeah. So also this federation, technical issues, I just mentioned maritime spatial planning, grid integration, maritime traffic, and fishery. This has to be planned all together. Otherwise, the countries like Romania, Bulgaria, or Turkey will have a fight, probably, because fishery is a big issue, maritime traffic is a big issue, and the system integration is the same. So we need to plan all together. For this, in order to achieve this, what we did, just 2 weeks ago, Mr. Andrei Kononchenkov from Ukrainian Wind Energy Association chairman, He came to Ankara and we already signed, say, a small protocol for initiating offshore wind aviation Black Sea. So, but Romania, Bulgaria, Georgia should follow Turkey and Ukrainian protocol for federation. So let me accept my gratitude that such kind of events really helping me, and now my voice heard by Romania, Bulgaria, and Georgia too. We have to cooperate all together. And also the countries in that region has to set up clear targets like in Europe, US, or China did in 2030. Clear targets that, because I know that our onshore sector and our maritime sector ready for offshore wind farm. Thank you for listening. I hope to see offshore wind farms in Black Sea as soon as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Durak. A very interesting presentation. As you mentioned that you have signed a protocol with the Ukrainian Wind Energy Association. Actually, the next speaker is Catherine Knish, head of the analytical department in the association, and she will be speaking about the prospects of offshore wind power development in Ukraine, current and future steps. And I do imagine that the question and answer session will happen at the end. Of course, if we have questions from the online audience, we will register and address them at the end of this session. So I don't know if Catherine is online to start.
Yeah, thank you for the floor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Greetings from Ukraine to all participants and panelists. It seems that the quarantine restrictions have left me at home again, but it's an honor to be a part of such a large-scale international conference, even online. Thank you for this opportunity. So my name is Katerina Knish. I represent the Ukrainian Wind Energy Association, the largest renewable association in Ukraine, which unites more than 80 companies from 12 countries. We are proud to be a full member of such trusted organization as Wind Europe and World Wind Energy Association. And I'm even more glad that from September, I can officially call us in every hour presentation as the initiators of Black Sea Offshore Wind Federation. Warm wishes to Murat, who has already told about our initiation. I'm informed that I should talk about offshore wind power in Ukraine, but first of all, I want to start with wind farms that have already been put into operation on shores. So as for today, the total installed capacity of the wind energy sector of Ukraine reached 1,669 megawatts. Today, in Ukraine, green electricity is generated by more than 800 wind turbines, 18% of which are accounted for by national production. You know, when I raised the issue of offshore wind power development in Ukraine last year, I faced with some skepticism from some market participants, as they widely believe that we must first use all our onshore capacities, and then when the offshore wind technologies becomes cheaper, to switch to offshore wind. 1 year later, I hear more and more from market representatives that we are all witnessing the emergence of a new promising market. So does Ukraine need offshore wind? As a representative of YOS, I'm absolutely convinced that the answer is yes. And there are several reasons for this. One of the main current challenges of Ukraine energy system is a strong lobby of the conventional energy sector. The Ukrainian energy sector is not young. Most thermal and nuclear power plants have already reached the end of their life cycle. Thus, 90% of current thermal power plants in Ukraine have already exceeded their lifetime, while 60% have been in operation for more than 200,000 hours. According to the Ukrenergo, national transmission system operator, in case of successful reconstruction, it will be possible to operate by 2025 only 18% of thermal power generation. Today, such a reconstruction is estimated at more than 4 billion euros. And these are impressive funds, and we understand that investing such money in thermal power plants would be irrational and illogical. Nuclear power is also expected to have a bad prediction. By the end of 2031, 10,000 megawatt of nuclear units is expected to be fully decommissioned. Which means that more than 1,000 megawatt will be decommissioned per year. So in less than 8 years, I think Ukraine will gradually lose part of its generation due to obsolescence. Loss of generation in turn.
I'm sorry, can you widen a little bit the picture for everybody, especially those seeing you online, to have a much wider picture of you, in a sense, to see
wider,
you better.
Okay, so you see the graph in this slide, which demonstrate that by, for example, 2025, we will fully decommission 10,000 megawatt of nuclear power units, and by 2013, we will decommission 6,000 megawatt of nuclear power units. In less than 8 years, Ukraine will gradually lose part of its generation because 50%, more than 50% of our total generation of electricity in Ukraine provided by nuclear power plant. So this decommissioning, it's a real problem for our energy system. And this is really bad news because according to the national transmission system operator, electricity consumption in Ukraine is growing exponentially by 2015. As you can see from this slide, by 2030, Ukraine should reach 125 billion kilowatt hours of electricity consumption. And this is twice more than the current indices, the indices for today. And if we lost our nuclear power generation and thermal power generation because of obsolescence, we really will face a deficit of electricity production. Another huge problem of Ukraine power system is a strong dependence on imported fossil fuels. Ukraine's foreign economic activity with the Russian Federation, in particular in terms of energy trade, is still characterized by fairly high rates. Yes, this year the national regulator banned the import of electricity from the Russian Federation, but this restriction is valid only until October this year. So we have less than 1 month, and doesn't apply to other types of energy sources which we imported. For example, like coal, gas, oil and petroleum products, and really lots of funds we pay to Russian Federation for these products. So, what is the solution? Ukraine is currently at the beginning of its path in offshore wind energy. We have already taken the first step and presented a white paper which analyzes the potential for offshore wind energy development in Ukraine and present the legislation that needs to be prepared to launch this market. We prepared this white book together with our member company, law firm Asters, and together with our partners, Ukrainian Hydrogen Council. This white book is really like the first step to offshore wind power and green hydrogen in Ukraine. Generally, a recent World Bank analysis estimates the technical potential of offshore wind in Ukraine in waters of Black and Azov Sea in total of 251 gigawatt. Also, it includes the territory of occupied Crimea Peninsula. Nevertheless, the potential for Ukraine as a member of the European energy community is 2.5 times that of Bulgaria or Romania, for example. And this makes offshore wind far more important for Ukraine than its coal reserves. Ukraine has significant technical potential for the development of offshore wind power generation in shallow areas of our waters, for example, in Savage Bay, and in the reservoirs of Dnipro hydropower plants. According to the assessment of the Renewable Energy Institute of Ukraine, the potential of offshore wind power plants in Ukraine still amounts to almost 250 gigawatt, excluding the waters of occupied Crimea Peninsula. Moreover, Ukraine already has a pilot project on offshore wind power and green hydrogen, which was presented by the national gas and oil company Naftogaz of Ukraine, the member of the Ukrainian Wind Energy Association. Naftogaz considered 2 sites for offshore wind pilots. Both are in the Ukrainian territorial sea with depths of more than 20 meters near the existing ports, and one of these ports possibly will play the role of the construction port. There are several seaports in Odessa and Mykolaiv region of Ukraine, which completely, without huge reconstruction, could be as a construction and operation basis for offshore wind facilities. In Ukraine, we also have an opportunity for local assembling of JECT Foundation. Besides, Ukraine has local manufacturers of modern anti-corrosion systems, so we can meet the requirements of international standards. Therefore, we have an opportunity for national manufacture, and this also could lead to a decrease of capex of the projects. And if we talk about the preliminary timeline, we expect, according to very optimistic scenario, that 2028 will be the starting point for offshore wind energy projects in Ukraine. The Ukrainian Wind Energy Association has already submitted relevant recommendations to the National Action Plan on Renewable Energy Sources until 2030, which is basically currently drafted by our Ministry of Energy. And according to our calculation, we expect that from 2028, our market will commission 100 megawatt of offshore wind projects each year. When I say that the first step towards offshore wind energy has been taken in Ukraine, I mean, first of all, the birth of awareness of all the benefits of offshore wind power in our state authorities. Representatives of Ukraine's Ministry of Energy are already beginning to talk about the creation of new jobs, about huge investments, the development of national production, and so on and so forth. But what is more important, given that approximately 85% of Ukraine's power grids are worn out, the modernization of our system with development of offshore wind projects and renewable energy in general could be really a priority for our national energy policy. As you understand from the previous presentation, offshore wind technologies is really a key instrument for increasing international cooperation. And this is very important given the fact that, that Ukraine are in the process to European energy system, namely NCLE. And in long term, offshore wind would be the hub of energy interconnection between Ukraine, Turkey, Bulgaria, Romania, and maybe Georgia. As an example of such international cooperation is the protocol of initiating Black Sea Offshore Wind Energy Federation, which was seen between our association and Turkish Offshore Wind Energy Association this month. We really expect that the relevant associations from Romania, Georgia, and Bulgaria will join us in the near future, and together we will build a powerful lobby of offshore wind development in the Black Sea region. I invite the relevant association to further communication. Welcome. We will wait for you. Of course, offshore wind power is also an efficient mechanism for launching new energy markets in Ukraine. The first offshore projects will be clearly designed for green hydrogen. We have a great opportunity to integrate offshore green electricity and offshore green hydrogen production at the northwest sector of the Black Sea with the EU Green Deal, with the EU Hydrogen Initiative, and of course with the EU strategy for the Danube region. Our next steps for today is first of all to adopt the relevant legislation which will regulate the environmental impact assessment, clarifies the support scheme for offshore projects, regulate land and maritime issues. Now, together with Ukrainian Danish energy partnership and Ministry of Energy, we find an expert who could prepare a feasibility study and conduct a wind measurement for our territories. And of course, we expect to expand our offshore wind energy federation. So as you can see, there is a lot of work or so-called tasks, but we are on the right way. I really believe in it. And finally, I want to invite each of you to cooperate with us. Every year we publish a statistical report on the development of wind energy, renewable energy sources, legislative changes and potential projects in the wind sector of Ukraine. We are also the first association in Ukraine which wrote and published the first children's book on wind energy. So if you have any questions regarding a renewable energy market in Ukraine, please don't hesitate to contact us in any time. So that is all from my side. Thank you for this opportunity, and ready to answer to your questions.
Thank you, Catherine. It was quite comprehensive, a lot of technical details behind. Good luck with your next steps. I would like to invite now Magnus Johansen, Vice President at Emergy. Magnus, two presentations about, let's say, a keyword hub. I see also in your title sort of a keyword powerhouse. So we are, let's say, tackling big words, keywords. Yes. show us the powerhouse.
Very good. We first have a very brief video, and then I'll actually be standing as well. It's been a long day, so it's good to make some variation. But first, if it comes. There's no sound, it seems. Okay. Then in the absence of sound, I guess I will speak then. So this is our first wind project in Ukraine, 246 megawatt project that sits in the Kherson region, beautifully located in the Sivash Lake, which has a purple color when you're lucky with the videos. And this is a joint project together with the French Total Eren. And we have 8 European development banks who was part of the syndicate, which is almost unheard of. I mean, collecting so many banks behind one project is quite a success. Good. Should I have the slide maker maybe? If
please.
Can I choose the slides from this one?
Oh, you should.
Very good. Okay, super. So, energy in brief. We have developed a clear mandate to focus on the Southeast European market from various reasons. Go briefly more in detail on that later on. We have an development experience, or a platform as we call it, where we expect to have 600 megawatts of wind projects in operation by the end of next year. And we are currently targeting to have 2 gigawatts in operation by 2025, and as such have then grown from being a developer to a fairly developed IPP in the European market. We have quite a solid team. As I mentioned, up until now we have mostly been a developer, but as with teenagers we also grow. And we have now a total team of close to 60 people spread around Norway, Ukraine, and also Southeast Europe, where we are covering the whole value chain from project origin to construction and asset management. And in these couple of last months, we have added and upgraded quite a lot of elements to our organization, of which some of the key people are found here on this slide. As mentioned, our mandate sits here in this expanded green color, where we focused specifically on markets that has a strong presence of fossil fuels, where we see a clear rationale for a change into the green story, and where, for example, either you need to upgrade old infrastructure or you see markets with strong growth. And also in these markets, which are sitting sort of between the established markets and the developing markets, you also have quite a lot of interesting potential offtake alternatives. So not only public procurement of electricity, but also private. And obviously what drives part of our strategy is what we are all talking about related to the European Union, who very clearly says now that obviously they want to turn green, not only because of our children, because also that starts to make more sense economically. And some of the key elements that for us is very interesting is not only the growth prospects, but also the element of taxing various productions, which among others has been a topic today, where the carbon tax, for example, starts to magnify the power costs and starts to open up a new market for players like us. And the next slide, I think, might be if I would be a large consumer of electricity, I would be starting to call producers of electricity quite soon. As you can see here, the average has increased almost by double in 3 of our markets, which is Serbia, Romania, and Greece. Even in Ukraine, where they have had historically very strong regulated market with a hard market cap, they had to open up as well. And this is coming from various elements, but of course we see carbon prices impacting the power prices in the region. The CO2 prices has been discussed already today. And I think also more importantly, when you start to be a producer of various products outside of European Union into Europe, you will also start to have other cost elements to your balance sheet unless you are buying clean electricity. So we are obviously hoping or starting to see developments in this region where large producers or consumers of electricity is opening up for private PPAs, for example. This is a brief breakdown of our current, projects and pipeline. We have, as mentioned in Ukraine, up to 1 gigawatt. In Serbia, we have a large pipeline where we hope to start construction of the first part already next year. And as you can see also here in Romania, we have recently signed up to an extensive pipeline, and we are very keen to explore further growth here as well. So just a brief more dive into some of the projects we have. This is the first project you saw the video of, which also actually has a very nice music to it. It is a fairly large project. Without going further into detail, something we like to mention is a sustainability award that we got from the EBRD, which also underlines how we focus on ESG in our business model. This is a 380 million euro project overall. Then we have a second project which we are currently constructing, 338 megawatts in the Zaporizhzhia region in Ukraine. It has excellent wind, as was just mentioned by the last speaker. We are having a different financing model, and we also have the opportunity of not only the first part which we are now constructing, but the last part where we're looking into alternative offtake possibilities. So it will be interesting to see if Ukraine actually is a market where you can now start to see private offtake, for example, which will be most likely the future in the next coming years for Ukraine. For Serbia, this is really one of our key focus areas currently. It's a breakdown of multiple projects in the same region in the Banat area in Serbia, of which about 400 to 500 megawatts is in late stage, which basically means that if we are able to set up offtake solutions, this could be in construction stage already next year, which obviously is very exciting for us. And I think also when we meet with stakeholders in Serbia, it's very exciting for them too. Briefly on Greece, here we have a slightly smaller portfolio, also more early stage development, but we also see this as an interesting market to position. And obviously, given that Greece is slightly ahead when it comes to market maturity, there could be more options on the offtake scenario here than in some of the other markets. And maybe most relevant for here, the speaking for today in Romania, we recently acquired a pipeline portfolio that was developed by Siemens Gamesa a long time ago. It's, as with many others in the market, a re-permitting project story. So it has a history of being permitted and needs to be then basically upgraded by a developer, which we think we can do. The last two country focuses, we have local developers in the market. Here we need to develop our own team for Romania, but we have done that in Ukraine, so we should probably be able to do that again here. I think that's the brief one from me. If any questions later, happy to take.
Thank you, Magnus. I think we can now go to Andrew. I don't know, Andrew, if you have some keywords for us or a buzzword.
Just Romania and Ukraine, I think. I'll be talking a bit about those two countries there and our experience and what we've found to date. I think I have some slides which might come up in a moment. But I think it's so nice to see people in 3 dimensions, and I'm sorry in advance if I bumble my words because I've forgotten to speak over the last 18 months. One thing I haven't forgotten is that when you're speaking at a conference at about 5:10, you're one of the few things standing between everyone here and a good meal and perhaps a drink, so don't speak for too long. So I've got 3 slides and I'll speak for maybe 2 minutes on each. First one to give a bit of an introduction on who I am and who we as Low Carbon are and why our views as a long-term investor in this region are interesting and one data point to take note of. So we have 2 long-term investment funds under management that are invested in this region. We have our first fund, which is a joint venture with Vitol called the Vitol Low Carbon Renewable Fund, and it's through that fund which we have invested into Ukraine. We have a 500 megawatt onshore wind project in Ukraine. Unfortunately, to date, only the first 100 megawatts has reached operations, with the last 400 megawatts still awaiting some clarity over what the situation was with the tariff regime and future auction regime and future options for that market. But I'll talk through that in a little more detail in my third slide. And then in Romania, we have an investment through our Low Carbon European Renewables Fund, which is an upcoming 500 million euro fund, which targets 50% of its exposure to core EU, and more interesting for this forum, 50% of its exposure to cohesion EU, which includes a very heavy participation in the Black Sea area. And part of the reason for that strategy is what we see is possibly a difference in actual risk versus perceived risk, especially in the EU portions of the Black Sea part of this world. I can see we're still having troubles with my presentation, so I'm just going to continue without notes, and that's fine. So in Romania first, we have, here we go, fantastic. On to the third slide, please.
Already third slide?
Already.
Okay.
Good, thank you. That was the introduction one. I don't have a fancy video like Magnus, that's fantastic, and I can't wait to hear the sound. The videos coming out of Ukraine of construction always have epic soundtracks. They're fantastic. I look forward to it. So we just have a picture. That's our wind farm in the Zaporizhia in Ukraine, which, as I mentioned, reached commercial operations earlier on this year. Romania, we have some late-stage development projects. Romania is a market we've been looking at and visiting for at least the last 2.5 years before we formally inked a partnership about 18 months ago for a gigawatt of late-stage development projects split across 2 sites. That development is proceeding very well, and we hope to reach a final investment decision sometime in the next year and a half, 2022 or 2023, with bringing those projects into operation between 2023 and 2025. Now, the journey in Romania is one of patience and positive, I guess, directional travel. And I highlight 3, I guess, challenges to the growth of Romanian renewables from a long-term investor and developer perspective. The first one on availability of long-term offtake. I think that's one where we've seen material improvement on over the past 12 months. It was great to hear Zoltan speak this morning unequivocally about the legality of the physical PPAs. I think that's been a barrier in the market for a long time. And also the announcements more recently from existing projects about the conclusion of financial PPAs. So we saw Expo coming into the old Ches assets now owned by Mira for long-term significant capacity PPAs there on a financial basis, which is fantastic to see that side of the market is developing. ahead of course, the upcoming CFD scheme, which will be interesting to see how that evolves. And something I say whenever I talk about a CFD scheme now, it's not a price subsidy anymore, because onshore wind and solar is, of course, the lowest cost of energy out there in the market, but more of a credit support scheme offered by the state there. So I really look forward to seeing how all of those offtake solutions combined can help invigorate the Romanian renewables market. The second point, which was also spoken about a little bit this morning by both Zoltan and Adrian from Transelectrica, is the grid capacity upgrades. And here I see a little bit of a mismatch between the national climate plans, which do currently target, I think, about 7 gigawatts of additional capacity, which is, of course, based on the 2018 EU targets and does need to be upgraded probably to about 10 gigawatts to meet the EU targets. And then the mismatch to Transelectrica's investment plans, which I think are still insufficient to even meet those 2018 targets. So I would encourage a lot of focus and a lot of effort in upgrading the grid there to enable the ambitions of Romania to be met. The third one for Romania is a challenge to the business case, which is balancing of renewables. Romania, I think, as most of you have studied the Romanian market, does have exceptionally high cost of balancing. We've seen very good movement on a regulatory perspective to bring the Romanian balancing mechanism in line with best practice across the EU. And as I think the market is still evolving and introduced, more competition will need to be introduced into the market, because I think the balancing cost is still somewhat dictated by the few participants in this market who are participating in that balancing mechanism. So that's Romania. Ukraine. We have an exposure to a project, 500 megawatts, as I mentioned. This we didn't have 8 international banks in this one, only the one, US DFC, but we also had GE in there from a capital perspective and a financing perspective as well. Phase 1 completed or started operations recently, but commenced construction in 2019. So very interesting construction phase for that asset. Not only construction in Ukraine is different to other parts of Europe, also construction during COVID provided a lot of interesting learnings, which I'd be happy to talk to anyone about. But where do we see this project in the Ukrainian market going? It's an interesting and very open and constantly evolving question. I think for our operating phase, the funding of the guaranteed buyer is probably the biggest question mark that we have over how our operations and potential for growth are going to continue in Ukraine. For renewable generators to be receiving 70% of the feed-in tariff, it makes it very difficult to sustain a business, especially when you have senior debt financing in place from international banks. It makes it very difficult to meet your debt service requirements and fund your operating costs. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. I would say there's a positive willingness for the guaranteed buyer to make payments with the cash they have available, and interesting to watch the upcoming Ukrenergo bond issuance. But solving that funding gap in the long term will be an important part to returning stability and attractiveness of renewable energy in Ukraine. Clarity on future support schemes is also something to watch. I'll be interested to talk to Magnus later about his views on potential market-based offtakes. I agree that market, it definitely will need to evolve some capacity there, but I'll be interested to see how that evolves. I think the auction scheme that's have been announced, despite having such a fantastic renewable potential in Ukraine, the auctions as slated, the capacity under those are entirely unambitious and could do with a lot more improvement there. And I think if you solve those two very simple, small items, then foreign capital will likely return to droves in Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew. We'll move now to the next speaker. He's the managing director at Infinite Energy. I would have to apologize. I do not want to misspell your name, but I think Tornike.
Right.
Okay. But past that, I think you would be talking about Wind Georgia and the specific project that has been developed there. So, please.
Absolutely. Pronunciation is very good, by the way.
Thank you.
I've got 2 roles today. I'm going to speaking for
in the name of the Wind Energy Association, which is called Wind Georgia, and then later I will move on the brief description of the largest and most advanced developed project of the country. Wind Georgia is actually association that is founded by commercial developers having the real projects in hand. Oops, that doesn't work. The association is quite fresh, and by the way, that's very first international appearance of the association. And the major function the association will do is to update the beliefs of the high-level policymakers. And essentially, at the end of the day, we're going to be a part of Wind Europe, as our name suggests. We also try to make a deep dive into hydrogen opportunity and capitalize upon this opportunity, as we have cross-border pipeline on the one hand, and on the other hand, we have so beautiful renewable energy resource. Now it works. So wind potential has been taken seriously in Georgia, and the map is showing like a result of more than a half-century measurements throughout the country. So since '94 is with 50-meter masts, the wind was measured across the whole country. So there are plenty of beautiful places for development. Unfortunately, as of today, Georgia is a country of perfect wind resource and no wind energy, if you don't count the first pilot 20-megawatt project, which is, by the way, posting the amazing results. Over the 4 years of its operation, the average capacity factor net delivered on metering point is more than 48%. And in a single year, it surpassed 50%. And believe it or not, that's like this. And Georgian government, so to say, has a list of approved projects that amounts up to 300 megawatts that reached maturity in the development and can be started pretty quickly. And there is a big pipeline of the potential projects. I mean, the biggest turmoil was caused by the decision to cease the power purchase agreement practice in 2017, and until now we have not found any reasonable substitute to it. So I oftentimes get a question because there is not so much wind and not so strong support mechanism in place, why should we consider Georgia for investment purposes? And this question reminds me a simple business case where two commercial managers of the shoe company returned from field study from a hypothetical country, and one of them reports to the CEO and says that unfortunately that's no market for us because nobody wears shoes. And another guy with a great excitement says that is a perfect market because nobody wears shoes yet. No, seriously, I mean, wind carries fundamental value for Georgian power system. If that colorful chart behind me shows anything, that is first and foremost a tremendous cyclicality of the hydropower availability. As the Deputy Minister Twalabaishvili rightly mentioned this morning, we are running short when we need the electricity most. That is the winter time. And this graph shows that the peak between the gap between those peaks is filled by imported electricity in red and thermal power generation in black. Unfortunately, wind generation with the green tiny hairline is barely visible. So we simulated the expectation of the wind generation and simulated a scenario of having 2070 megawatts online of wind.
And what we clearly see is that the output of the wind power in Georgia is pretty constant throughout the year, and it effectively substitutes the imported electricity as well as reduces the thermal power generation. That's for sure, that's for a fact. And recently, the Georgian transmission system operator, who is responsible for balancing the system, revised allowance for wind power to the grid up to 560 megawatts. And if we count that, the graph becomes finer. We see that in certain years, the import is almost gone, and the thermal power generation is pretty reduced. So in short, the wind power can be a perfect substitute to imports as well as thermal power generation, which at the end of the day also import, because they run on imported fossil fuels. So doing business in renewables in Georgia is a not so tricky thing. Since early May, Georgia adopted the PPP legislation, and the reasonable scale projects, at least 5 megawatts or more, qualify for PPP projects. And USAID did a beautiful job to prepare the very detailed guideline of the investment procedure from preliminary development, including the commissioning. So you may consult our webpage or USAID publications, and you will find very good and helpful information on that if you consider Georgia for investment purposes. And I strongly suggest those who are interested in doing business in Georgia to attend tomorrow's speech of our fellow law company from Georgia that gonna provide some drills into the PPP legislation, Georgian legislation, and doing projects under PPP law. There are changes ahead. Until now, we were like a very conventional power system with very limited market opportunities, so to say. Until today, there is only two opportunities to trade electricity. The one is to enter into a bilateral agreement with any consumer. It can be any distribution company or any big consumer, or to trade with balancing electricity. And from January 1, 2022, Georgia aims to launch power exchange, and we bid a big deal on that. So after January 1, we're gonna have day-ahead market, intraday market, and balancing market as well. Whereas the opportunity of bilateral agreements still remain. Many challenges ahead, to be honest, but also in terms of increasing the transparency, the Georgian Power Exchange will help a lot. So I want to say some words about the largest single wind power plant in the country, which is 300 megawatts, but for the first phase implementation, the quota has been approved in amount of 100 megawatts. And this project, together a few others, belong to those that have reached maturity, and the construction can be started pretty soon. Just to confirm, on the right side of the slide, you've got the output profile of this particular wind power plant, which is pretty promising because the output throughout the year is pretty constant and even concentrated in the winter period, where the Georgian power system runs short. Project is called Infinite Energy and developed by Evicom and a local capital Iberia. Actually, we all hope to witness the start of the construction of this and a few other projects next year. That is not only my wishes, but promises of the Georgian officials. Thank you. I'll be glad to answer the questions together with the fellows.
Well, good luck with the development also. I did like the Wind of Change title. That's about the music that you didn't have. Now, seriously, we do have, and of course this goes to the only lady in the panel, we have questions from the audience, but later on we expect also from the from your questions. So for Catherine, if she's still with us.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, we have two questions. I think they are very specific for the Ukrainian, let's say, system. How New Deal about, I hope to pronounce it correctly, Khmelnytsky 4 and other new nuclear projects will influence integration of more renewable sources, or they will fully replace the decommissioned coal and old nuclears?
Thank you for the question. For sure, regeneration could replace some part of the decommissioned coal and some part of nuclear capacities. To fulfill this task, we need more balancing capacities and energy storage systems. By the way, draft clauses have been already registered with our parliament. According to energy storage systems. Also, according to the National Economy Strategy of Ukraine, which was recently adopted in Ukraine, the share of renewable energy generation should reach 25% by 2030. In any case, until financing and technical solution for decommissioning of the first nuclear units is found, there will be no new construction of any nuclear units.
Understood. And the second question, is possible interconnection with NTOE zone present an additional solution for, again, higher integration of renewable sources into the system?
I'm not a technician, but and will be short as it possible. For my opinion, in short-term perspective, no, but in medium and long-term perspective, yes. Because first of all, we need to construct more interconnectors and one more time construct new balancing capacities.
Understood.
Jacob.
If there are some questions from here, from the audience. Well, if not, Magnus drew the attention that he would also like to answer to the first question, which was addressed to Catherine about the Khmelnytsky 4 and the possibility to influence higher integration of renewable in Ukraine, or just replace decommissioning coal and nuclear capacity. So how would you reply to that?
A point which often is forgotten is LCOE. There's a lot of people talking about different models, and then you have to put it into a financial model and see what comes out. And I mean, nuclear has received a bit of a new attention because of Zelensky's visit to DC, and then they signed some deal there about bringing or building some new reactors in Ukraine. Okay. But as we know from, say, Bloomberg, the cost of building new nuclear reactors is much higher than, say, wind and solar. And even if you would add some balancing capacity on top, it would probably still be cheaper to do wind and solar. So it will be interesting to see if there is some extra jokers that they will bring. I mean, in terms of particularly cheap financing, for example. But if not, I would assume that you would need to rely more on the cheapest sources that you have right now, which is wind and solar.
Understood. Andrew, you are also involved in Ukrainian projects. Do you have also maybe an opinion on that? Because there is always this discussion about, okay, wind coming into the market, but then you have multiple countries which are surrounding Black Sea, which are considering the construction of conventional capacities in the middle term. I have seen personally offshore wind in Germany replacing gas, for example. That could be or could not be the case here. But what's the case of wind, I mean, in front of the authorities who have an energy security strategy and they would like to have a baseload capacity?
Yeah, it's the classic problem that everyone's trying to understand. At what point does your grid become too heavy renewables, and instead of solving problems in terms of I guess energy independence, does it start introducing more problems of too much energy intermittency? Fundamentally, I think you've got to agree with Magnus and say LCOE should be one of your primary determinants. What is your most efficiently generated source of electricity? And then what other factors do you need on your grid to help manage that intermittency? I mean, Romania has a fantastic hydro system, which should be spectacular for providing efficient balancing of renewables. And the example in Ukraine, there is a lack of flexible generation capacity to help manage the intermittency on that grid, and I query how well nuclear is at balancing or providing that bridge for the intermittent capacity. So I think it's a very, very broad question, but fundamentally generation from wind and solar has to form one of the absolute bedrocks to these systems.
Understood.
May I ask a question? Probably this is not a subject of this particular meeting, and maybe Ukrenergo is better to answer this, but while thinking about integration of more renewables, one of the issues which are important is the inertia of the system. And I think there's some kind of lack of baseload capacities will take place, especially if Ukraine one moment will decide to be disconnected from IPS UPS system and enter into synchronous parallel operation with Europe. And maybe that was my question, why I asked this, because in many countries, not only in Ukraine or in Europe, the integration of renewables brings the necessity not only of balancing capacities, but as well of some kind of base load capacity, which is necessary to keep the system stable. This one. And probably another issue will be also important to construct the network. You know that we're talking about the undersea cable with Romania, and also Ukraine will be probably integrating into the system, and this issue should be considered in a wider way in order to meet the security of supply issue. That's why when I mentioned in my presentation that the challenges list for commercials and for financial guys is just opportunity, but for technical guys are risks, and that was the origin of my question. If the nuclear capacity integration will be considered as one of the backup of the system stability. Thank you.
Now, basically, we have had answers to that question, but if we are to go into details when considering a project, are you looking specifically at these technical constraints, or how do you look at the technical constraints from a system point of view?
Well, I mean, core of our business model is actually to look into markets where there's a large component of, call it black production capacity, which in the short and mid-term needs to be phased out, and you need something new to take over. And obviously, I mean, of course, nuclear is very sort of flat production, is sort of the definition of baseload. But say coal, etc., has more volatility, and you can, I mean, especially wind power has, I mean, medium volatility, if you can think of it like that. And so it makes sense to use that as a transition tool, and then you compensate with some other models around it, of course.
So
thank you, Jan.
Welcome. So if there are no other questions, I think as Andrew said, everybody would like to enjoy a drink and the upcoming dinner. Thank you for staying with us, and hope you had enjoyed the presentations and found some added value information. Thank you again, and have a nice dinner.